What the Heart Desires, posted by J. Rubus. The devil strode down the middle of US Route 15, a spring in his step and a tune on his lips. Around him, the night-drenched forest stood silent in the light of the cold autumn moon. The bugs and bullfrogs and night things going quiet in his presence. Somewhere far away a wolf howled, followed by another, and then another, until the crisp air was filled with their eerie song. The children of the night, he thought with a sly grin. What music they make. Route 15 runs through the wilderness for 20 miles between Grafton Falls and Berkeley. A few ramshackle houses press close to the road here and there. As the devil passed, sleepers stirred in their beds, slick night terrors passing close to their minds. In one house a crucifix fell from a wall. In another a mirror shattered. A dog whined and scurried into the darkness underneath a porch, and a cat fell dead of a heart attack. The devil smiled at these things. The night was his to do with as he pleased, and it positively brimmed with possibilities. Perhaps he would derail a train and listen to the heavenly sounds of twisting metal, breaking bodies and rushing steam. Or maybe he would wave his hand and cause the Kanawha River dam to fail, the roar of water splashing downstream in a deadly tide, sweeping away everything in its path. Buildings, bridges, babies in their cribs rang in his head, and giddy excitement flowed through him. The night offered so much, but even he, as great and grand as he was, could only do one thing at a time. The road bent around a wooden hillside, and somewhere in its growth a homeless camp huddled around a feeble fire. One man muttered in his sleep, a weak noise of distress, and a woman's period started, spilling down her legs in a sticky red torrent. Yes, the night belonged to him, and he intended to make the most of it. Somehow. 15 miles away, a young girl sat on a window ledge with her knees drawn to her chest and watched the face of the cloud-wrapped moon below her. The town of Grafton Falls slept, frozen save for the single blinking caution light on Main Street several blocks over. 3 miles east, beyond a dense stand of trees, Interstate 82 ran east to west. Occasionally she could glimpse the flash of passing headlights through the trees. In just a couple of weeks the leaves would be all down, and she would be able to see the road more clearly. She liked the interstate. She would watch the passing cars and wonder where they're going. She imagined all the places that the road went, all the cities and towns rising up along it. All she had to do, she realized, was to follow it, and she could go almost anywhere. She really wanted to travel when she got older, and sometimes she felt the call of the road so keenly. It was like being stabbed. The road pulled her blood the way the moon overhead pulled the tide, and when she listened to the windy whoosh of passing traffic, she imagined she could hear the black top itself calling her, inviting her to follow it. Did the road go to California, she wondered. She liked California. On TV it looked so pretty and exotic. Colorado was nice too. They had snow-capped mountains all year round, and wide open spaces where you could lose yourself. A memory came back to her. Julie Andrews in The Sound of Music, twirling in a meadow with her arms thrown out, as if to embrace the world around her. She would do that. She would spin and sing and be happy if only she had a nice field like the one Julie Andrews had, or a beach. She kind of remembered the beach. It was warm and sandy, and the water was so clear she could look down and see fish swimming around. She missed the beach. A gust of wind blew through the open window and she shivered. "What are you doing, Megan?" Lindsay asked tiredly. "Looking out the window," Megan replied. "Could you shut it? It's cold in here." With a little sigh, Megan leaned over and closed the sash. It was best not to start arguments. If you started an argument, you might get hurt, and no one would help you or care. Lindsay was nice enough, but she had anger problems, and when she blew up, Megan couldn't help being scared. A lot of the girls had anger problems here, and you had to be really careful not to make them mad. One time, a girl smacked her across the back of the head for chewing too loud at dinner. And another one filled a cup with toilet water and threw it on her bed because Megan chose something she didn't like on TV. Blowing a dejected puff of air that stirred her bangs, Megan gazed at the grimy pane. She didn't like looking out the window when it was closed, though. At least not as much as she did when it was open. When it was closed, she felt closed. With the air rushing over her and messing her blonde hair, she felt free, a part of the world. But with it closed, the air warm and stale, she felt trapped. Not for the first time, she wondered what her parents were doing and where they were. She hadn't seen them since she was 8. That's when they dropped her off at the orphanage and left her. It was only 6 years ago, but it felt like a lifetime. So long that she had forgotten what they looked like. She could barely even remember being with them. Did her daddy hug her and tell her bedtime stories, like the daddies on TV? Did her mother teach her and guide her, like the mothers you saw in the old sitcoms on Nick at Night? She couldn't remember, and it pained her, but she assumed that they didn't. Mums and dads who did that sort of thing didn't drop you off at orphanages and wave as they pulled away. They didn't leave you alone with girls who picked on you and staff members who treated you like you were a criminal. Loathing filled her, but it was tinged and longing. Thoroughly tired and depressed, Megan hopped down from the window ledge and climbed into her bed. She tried to drift off, but sleep eluded her. She tossed and turned, unable to get comfortable. From her window, she could still see the moon, bright and clean. She wondered if somewhere across the hills and rivers her parents were looking at the same moon, or if the man she would eventually marry was watching it, the man who would one day hold her in his arms and love her and make her happy. Before she drifted off, she said her nightly prayer, "Protect me and watch over me." She thought again of the moon and fell off, as much at peace as she could ever be. A mile away, the devil gazed up at the moon, its face like that of a skeleton rotting in a field. He was on the outskirts of Grafton Falls, drawn forth by the scent of misery on the breeze. The devil was not the author of misery, as some would paint him. He was the Asuga of misery. Though preachers stood upon pulpits and blasphemed his name, he wasn't bad. He was a friend to the friendless, the shepherd of the lost, the lover of the loveless. He appeared to the weak, the needy, the forlorn. When he found those poor, pitiful wretches, he gave them what their hearts desired. God, in his heaven, only watched and passed decrees like a distant king. People, every one of them, wants something. Was it really so bad to give it to them? Was it really that evil to load the gun they would use to shoot themselves? Why, he was doing a great service, thank you very much. The least earth could do was show a little gratitude. Like a bloodhound, he followed the acrid odour of pain across a cold knee-high creek and up a steep hill tangled with grass and littered with rocks. A tall, box-like building rose up from the night, its facade faded brick and its roof tabletop flat, a narrow side street lit by the harsh orange light of an arc sodium lamp led him to a wrought iron gate. A sign facing the street read, "St. Anthony's Home for Wayward Children." The devil looked up at the many windows. Some were lit, most were not. Closing his eyes, he basked in the rush of torment, wafting from inside 1,000 different aromas of hurt, longing and need. Everyone the devil knew needed something different, someone different. He waved his hand and the gate, hitherto closed, swung freely open. He slipped in and followed the parking lot to a set of double doors. Inside, a lobby stood, revealed in cold white light. A security guard sat at a desk, idly scanning a magazine. The devil left him alone. The guard didn't need him. The children did. He came to her in the night, his face radiant and his waxen hair spilling over his shoulders. His hands, upturned, were rough and strong, each palm bearing a ragged wound. Marianne Mitchell turned from him, tears coming to her eyes. Around them, mist wafted lazily. She wasn't sure if they were in her room anymore or not. She didn't think they were. They were somewhere else, somewhere out of space and time, on a spiritual plane. "Look at me," he said, softly, gently. She couldn't bring herself to look into his warm brown eyes. She didn't want him to see the pain, the shame. She had done things in her 17 years that she wasn't proud of. Things that up until now had never bothered her. Things that now bothered her greatly. We all fall short of the glory of God, he said kindly. No one is perfect. Everyone sins. Sin is nature. Sin is okay. He caressed her face and turned her head. She was looking deeply into his eyes, her spirit stirring. The void she had felt her entire life was finally filled. The nuns and priests talked about God's love, but she had never felt it until this very moment. She felt loved, protected, like a child in the arms of its loving father. You are beautiful, he said, and special. She swallowed hard. A lump was stuck in her throat. You are perfect, and I love you. He kissed her then, and she kissed him back, deeply, hungrily. He ran his hands through her hair, down her face, to her throat. His touch was warm, electric. She fell back onto the clouds made of satin and wept with joy when he entered her, filling her with peace and love and happiness. She was home. She was finally home, and she was finally loved. In the next bed over, Christy Harper stood upon a stage, a beautiful purple guitar in her hands. She looked out over a crowd of adoring fans. The hot floodlights felt good on her skin. Goosebumps raced up and down her arms. She had worked so hard to get there. Since she was a little girl, music had been her refuge. When her parents fought and broke things, when they made up and got high on crack together, passing out in the living room and dying to the world, music was there for her. It never hurt her, it never left her, it never ignored her. When she wanted to spend time with Kiss or Aerosmith or AC/DC, her dad's favourite bands, all she had to do was turn them on and drift away in life. She was alone. She had no friends, no family. She was misunderstood and mocked. But Steven Tyler understood her. Listening to Sweet Emotion, she felt as though he had reached into her soul and read her heart. Presently, the dream changed. The concert was over. The people were filing out. She knew they loved her. She knew she was famous. Glancing stage left, she saw Steven Tyler, a smile on his face. It wasn't the old, crusty Steven Tyler of today. It was the young, beautiful Steve Tyler of 1975. She went to him, giddy. "You did great," he said, hugging her. "Really?" she asked, her heart swelling. "Really," he said, releasing her. His smiling face went dark then, and he put his hands on her shoulders. "You're the best." "Am I?" He nodded. "The best that's ever been, baby, and don't you forget it. No one else matters, no one else." Christy thought back to her time in the orphanage. She was a lost little girl then, afraid, alone, a number and nothing else. "You're not a number," Steven said. "You're the only one who matters. It's always been that way. You're special. You're better than everyone else. Looking into his eyes, Christy saw his conviction. He was telling her the truth. She was the only one who mattered in the whole wide world. Everyone else was just fleas. Tiny, insignificant fleas. They don't feel like you do. They don't think like you do. Christy Harper swelled with pride. In the halls, the devil moved like a phantom, his shadow falling jagged and elongated on the wall. In room 2F, he took Mindy Johnson by the hand and looked deeply into her eyes. She smiled, self-conscious of her braces. "Don't," he said, "you're beautiful." "I am?" He nodded and grinned. "The most beautiful woman in the world, and looks are everything." Her brow furrowed, but she didn't speak. People will only love you if you're beautiful. They don't care about your heart or your mind, only your face. She seemed to struggle with that, but finally accepted it. Don't let your beauty slip for 1 second, or you'll lose everything. "Okay," she said. He kissed her, and she kissed him back, accepting him into her heart, as surely as a Christian accepts Christ on her knees. Across the hall, Lauren Connor felt her anxiety lift. For the first time in almost 18 years, her entire life, she felt calm. She wasn't worried about the future anymore. "That's the way you get ahead, dear," her grandmother said. They were in the sun-washed kitchen of her grandparents' cozy little home on Franklin Street, where the honeysuckle grew in the spring and the leaves showered in the fall. Lauren knew how deep down that her grandmother was dead, and had been for nearly 10 years. It was her death that had sent her to the orphanage after all. Her grandfather remarried and didn't want her, and her mother was in prison, so where else would she go? Dead or not, Nana was back, and everything was perfect, just as it had been before she died. You kick, you push, you shove, you claw their eyes out. Lauren was sitting at the table eating ice cream. She felt young and happy and at peace. Her grandmother was standing at the sink, peeling potatoes. The sunlight streaming through the window painted her face warm and golden. The only thing that matters in this life is climbing the ladder. Everyone else is out for themselves. You should be out for you, and you should do whatever it takes to succeed. Lauren was not naturally a cutthroat person, but thinking back to her time in the orphanage, she realised that her grandmother was right. How many times had she laid down for other people? How many times has she let them run over top of her? How much had she suffered and gone without because she was so goddamn nice? "It's okay though," her grandmother said, looking over her shoulder and grinning. "You won't be nice anymore, will you?" "No," Lauren said, and meant it. "That's a good girl." Beyond the mist of sleep, the devil climbed a set of stairs, his long gnarled fingers trailing the handhold, and his nails producing a noise like screaming as it dragged along the metal. Moonlight beamed through a segment window and bathed the cinder block wall in an eerie glow, shadows inching across it, making the strange and expressionist shapes. On the 3rd floor, nuns responded in poised slumber. He passed close, like death in the night, and their sleep was disturbed. One stirred in her bunk, visions of bomb-blasted bodies dancing through her head, and another rubbed her legs crisply together at the fantasy of being taken by a man, any man. The devil paused and slithered between the folds of her brain, touching primal parts and sensitive areas, setting her loins on fire. Wet heat pooled in her centre, and her creamy flesh burned from the head to toe. "It's okay," he told her. "Masturbation is natural. Breaking your oath to God is fine. He'll understand." She came awake with a start and brushed her fingers through her sweat-matted hair. The dank passion between her thighs bubbled and spat, and with a rush of shame she touched herself. A wicked smile crossed the devil's lips, and he went on, climbing to the next floor, ghostly footfalls echoing through the stairwell like the coming of doom. He put his lips together and blew a tune of his own devising. In it were screams of agony, shrieking missiles, and the whimpers of children being hurt by their parents. That last one, the sweetest melody of all. On the fourth floor, Father Mackey, the superintendent of St. Anthony's, snorted in his sleep like a man encountering something queer and ugly. He was at his desk, head slumped back and a ribbon of silvery drool coursing down his chin. In the feeble spark of the lamp, his features were craggy and full of shadows. A bottle of whiskey sat before him, the amber liquid inside sparkling under the light. In the chambers of his head, he stood over a lock box that didn't exist. He opened it, and inside was money, thousands of dollars, comprising St. Anthony's budget. In reality, it was kept in a bank account to which only he and the board of trustees had access to. How many times had he considered taking it and leaving? How many nights had he plotted his every step down to his future life in Mexico? The temptation was great, throbbing, incessant, but he stayed his hand. He no longer believed in God, nor did he believe in man, but some small part of him, a flicker in the vast night of his heart, remained. "Go on, take it," the man beside him said. He was tall and slender, with an everyman face. He could have been a cop, a construction worker, or even a postman. Mackie looked longingly at the bills, and a lump formed in his throat. He could do it. He could take every cent and be on a beach in Baja before they even knew he was gone. But the children, the state will cover it, the man assured him. The kids will have everything they need, and so will you. Mackie indecisively bit his bottom lip. Could he really do it? He looked at the man for guidance, and the man smiled winningly. That decided him. He picked up a stack of bills and shoved it into his blazer. The man laughed and clapped his back. In the stairwell, the devil threw back his head and basked in the evil he had wrought. For what is evil but pure, unadulterated selfishness? Every act of murder, theft, and genocide ever carried out under the watchful eye of the moon happened because somewhere a heart desired something and took it, no matter the cost. 2,000 years ago, on a dusty hill overlooking a huddled town, Jesus Christ, sacrificed himself on a roughly hewn cross for the sins of the world, or so they say. His death proved the ultimate act of selflessness, and God called upon all his nits to be selfless too. Only man cannot be selfless. He may try, but in the end, what his heart desires will always win. Win out, just as long as you never stop prodding him, for eventually, with enough spit and elbow grease, even the elect will be deceived. Whistling his tune, the devil went on. He had one more stop to make. Megan woke, shivering in the night, her teeth chattering lightly together. She pulled the covers up to her chin, but the chill pervaded her, as though it were coming from within. She turned away from the moonlight streaming through the window. Just then, a bright, warm, golden glow arose in the room. Blinking, she watched as the door opened and a man entered. I'm dreaming, she thought. She sat up slowly, heart racing, and rubbed her eyes like a cartoon character who couldn't believe what she was seeing. Hey honey, the man said, and came forward. Megan blinked again. It was her father. He was tall and broad and dressed in brown pants and a light blue shirt. His hair was wavy black and his eyes were deep blue. His face was soft and warm, frozen. Megan watched as he came to her and sat on her bed. He tried to slip his arm around her, but she shied away. You're not my father. Megan didn't remember what her father looked like exactly, but she knew it was nothing like the image she had built in her mind's eye. The man before her was what she always thought a father should look like. Of course I am, he said smilingly. He lifted up a book. I thought I'd read you a bedtime story. You like those, right? She didn't reply. A sense of wrongness came over her and she gulped. The man's smile widened, and there was something fake in it. Cold. She realized that it didn't touch his eyes. His face was warm, but his eyes were cold. Dead. He reached out and stroked her face, and Megan winced at the cool, dry kiss of his skin. She pulled away and his face darkened. Baby, he said, as evenly as he could, it's okay. I know you're in pain. I know. Here, he sighed deeply, that things haven't gone the way they should have. I'm sorry for that, baby. I really am. I can't make up for the past and for the things you've gone through here, but I can try to make it right now. You've been alone for a long time, unloved, unwanted, and that tears me up. You're like a flower in need of water, baby. These people here can't provide what you need. I couldn't provide what you needed, but now I'm ready. What do I need? She asked, but already knew. Affection. She needed affection. She needed someone to hold her and to kiss her forehead. She needed to feel the warmth of someone's closeness, the soft, tender touch of someone's love. She needed someone to dry her tears, to love her, to stay with her. Her perfect father smiled. There was a cold glint in his eye. I love you. I want to take you away from here. We can live in a little cabin in the woods forever and ever. Just you and me. I'll protect you. I'll read to you every night. I'll cuddle you as you fall asleep and never leave you. He moved closer as he spoke. His breath was warm and rancid, turning Megan's stomach. "Don't touch me," she said. "But Princess," he reached for her. "Stop." She screamed, slapping his hand and slipping out of bed. "You're not my father." His face hardened irrationally. She thought she saw literal fire in his eyes. "Megan, I know you're upset, but I'm trying to give you what you need. Stop being such an ungrateful little bitch." His eyes were aflame now. It wasn't a trick of light or an optical illusion. Hot red fire burned inside him. "Get out," Megan said, her heart racing. "Get out of here." "You don't want me?" he asked, coming across the bed on his hands and knees now. His mask fell away then. In its place was a cold reptilian countenance, slits for nostrils, wide bulging eyes, thin lips peeled back over razor fangs. Megan screamed. A lizard-like tongue darted from his mouth, and she recoiled in revulsion. If it touched her, she thought hysterically, she would go mad. "Do you want that?" he hissed. "Go away!" It screamed, and a gust of scalding air pushed Megan back. Though she had been standing against the wall, she fell against the window. The pane shattered, and she was falling through the night, her nightgown fluttering in the wind. She had time to scream, then hit the ground. The maintenance man found her the next morning. She was curled up in a bush. Her right arm was broken, both ankles were sprained, and her face was crisscrossed with scratches. But she was alive. The others were dead. "I don't understand it," the fire marshal said later. "The carbon monoxide detectors are in perfect working order. How that building filled with the stuff without so much as a peep is beyond me. It doesn't make sense." Megan only remembered having a nightmare when she woke. The fire marshal surmised she woke in the night, knew something was wrong, and broke a window to escape. She was lucky, they said, but she didn't feel very lucky. Not when every night she dreamed of a lizard man coming into her room and giving her whatever her heart desired. Ouroboros, posted by Bloody Spaghetti. I died. Countless times I've died, only to be reborn again. So many times I've died. So many times I've been reborn. So many lives I've seen and been. My deaths are so numerous I can no longer remember most of them. In fact, I'm not sure why I am able to remember any of them. Reincarnation is a fact of life, death and rebirth, it would appear. There is a kink in the cosmic system, it seems. Or perhaps there was. The first time I still remember dying. I was driving somewhere in the middle of the night. It's all so blurry now. I must have fallen asleep at the wheel because everything turned blank for a hot second before shining twin lights shook me out of my slumber, becoming increasingly brighter and closer. There was no time to think anything, no time to react, no time for any emotion to form. Bright lights. intense pain in every single cell of my body, crushed, torn, screaming, darkness, falling down a tunnel of endless darkness, cold and alone, waking up from a nightmare, my death. I woke up next to a woman I didn't know. She was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. Memories that weren't my own slowly flooded my mind as I sat up and stared at who turned out to be my brand new wife. I never remembered having. We had 3 kids together. I had a decent income. My life was good, even though it wasn't my own. I felt alien in my new body for a while, but the feeling eventually subsided. This reincarnation was pleasant. I had gotten to live long and healthy. Death eventually came. This time it felt awful, the scariest thing I've ever experienced. An old man aged 96, a terrible fire raged inside my chest, choking the air from within my lungs and tearing apart my heart. I grasped my chest. Fear, solid fear, ran in my veins as the pain got worse and worse, taking over everything. The dread in my system only made things worse. Eventually, heart stoppage. Pain is sharply gone. Everything disappeared with the pain. Falling down a tunnel of endless darkness, cold and alone. Waking up from a nightmare, my death, again. Woke up on a space shuttle, somewhere in the middle of the cosmic nothing. Foreign memories flooding my mind again, blooming like shining toxic flowers in my mind. Countless deaths and countless lives overriding the neural system. An epileptic fit triggered by the intense stress, and the onset of a solar flare nearby that flickered mercilessly in front of me. A gradual disappearance of self. Falling down a tunnel of endless darkness, cold and alone. Waking up from a nightmare, my death. Mortified by the nightmare of being a glistening god in a glistening heavenly chariot, I awoke as a child of the steppe, a member of the Balas, relatives and friends of the great Khan. I rode side by side with the great Khan across the endless steppes, conquering the world in his name, spreading his message to the sinful masses who've betrayed their own gods. Forever haunted by memories and faces of people and beings I could not comprehend. A beautiful woman, blue-eyed and fair, followed me in my mind throughout my long and illustrious life. As a steppe nomad, I succumbed to the common flu. I was old and weak. The fever burned through me like the fire burns through dry grass. One moment I was burning, and the next I was in the dark, falling down a tunnel of endless darkness, cold and alone, waking up from my nightmare, my death. Countless more lives and deaths came, too many to count, too many to remember. The memories always followed. The dread intensified to the point of becoming its own being inside of me. In a certain lifetime, perhaps previous to this, a parasite that ate away at me from birth. There was a constant fear of everything, of the self, of the delusions and visions in my mind. It was short, a mere 27 at the age of death, Cause: suicide. Tormented by visions of that fair blue-eyed woman, confessions of love and expression of anger overcome, hallmarks of a relationship, memories that are too distant and too foreign to make sense, taken for delusion and causing endless and immeasurable fear. A pull of the trigger and the sharp pain in the jaw. Fear is gone, falling down a tunnel of endless darkness, cold and alone. The rest is a blur until my current life. I woke up behind the wheel, driving a truck. It was night, there was rain, I was exhausted. Something felt wrong, something I couldn't put my mind to it. There were all these strange memories and thoughts, voices, faces, places. The date on my phone said December 21st, 2021. Bright lights, looked up. A car was right in front of me. Tried to pull the brakes, but couldn't make it in time. A loud crash. Pain from impact, bleeding and dazed. Alive. Still alive. Stumbled out of the truck. An obliterated private in front of me. 3 bodies torn into shreds. Broken bones and shattered organs all over the vehicle. Static noise ringing in my ears. Terrible stomach ache. Dread and collapse. Sudden darkness. Perpetual. Voices breaking through the darkness. Lights. Bright lights. In an ambulance heading towards a hospital. Concussed. Broken orbital bone. Can't feel a thing. Memories that are not my own flooding the mind. Memories from previous lives I've seen and ended. A beautiful fair woman sits beside me. Tears in her blue eyes as she holds my hand. Tears of mixed joy and pain. Her presence is identical to the one from my memories, yet different. She silences the memories in my mind. The cycle appears to be broken. The memories no longer haunt me. They're there, but I have to bring them up to remember. And with each passing day, I remember less and less. Less and less. Sometimes I'm afraid that I might forget too much. Sometimes it all fades too fast. Waking up in the middle of the night, confused and covered in cold sweat, not remembering why I even woke up. Yet, there is one constant. My guardian angel is always beside me. Thanks to the blue-eyed angel, my love, I am free from the endless cycle of death and rebirth. Ultimate Fright, posted by Dependent Ad 87493. My name is Glitch Trap, and I am a corruptor, and today I did all the scary work while everyone else just does the screaming. But they won't do it for long. Once I corrupt these 3 realities, I'll have an even scarier reality in their case. Reality 1. So, firstly, I was in front of a school. Alright, I bet this is gonna be some yandere shit. I head inside and it wasn't populated as I thought. Everyone was talking about some disappearances. I walked over to them and said, "Alright, who's the Yandir?" "What Yandir?" "So, no crazy girl killing other girls. The people that went missing were drawn in by the cell phone game." "Oh, gotta go. Hey, don't worry, Zach. He's probably crazy." That night, I waited and waited for a car to zoom by, and that happened next to Rottenbacher's house. I ran to Rottenbacher's apartment complex and saw another car pull in. I kicked the door down. There was a lot of fighting. "Shut your fucking mouth. Give me that protective item this instant." I went over to them calmly and did the corrupting. Now, Rebecca, all of this fighting isn't helping either of us." What did you do?" "Did the right thing. I told you your girlfriend was crazy. Then she transformed into a Trolge-like entity. Now, fellow henchmen, wait in the pizzaplex while I corrupt other people." "Okay, sir." Ha 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 ha. The fuck was that shit? I gotta go. You two make some love or whatever, and I'm off to the next reality. I went. Reality 2. Second reality. I was in front of some office building. I went inside and went to the top floor. When I got there though, I heard someone with an angry voice say, "Anything else I can do for you, sir?" No. That would be it. You're dismissed." I went over to the guy and corrupted him. Or is he? He transformed into a Trolge entity too. "Yeah, sir. Am I dismissed?" Ha ha ha. I summoned the portal to the pizzaplex. In you go, my henchman. This reality was short, but I know the next reality would be very, very interesting. Final reality. Final reality was, I'm not gonna explain it. I was in front of some apartment complex and saw two boys that were finished shopping. Then I saw it, that blanket. If you don't know what I'm talking about, just find out for yourself. Anyway, I spied on them for a while, and that guy, I think his name was Kevin. I think it was. He was super weird, like every time I'd spy on him, he was always beating his meat on, I don't want to describe it. So I spied on the other guy, and he was always with that blanket, and whenever he woke up, he had a hole in his pants. The fuck is he wet dreaming about? I thought to myself. So I tested out the blanket myself, and I saw some girl with this ridiculous outfit, barely clothed, a huge flirty grin. I just escaped that realm. I went back into my hiding place. Anyway, when he went to sleep, I went inside that realm he was in, and yes, he was dreaming about that girl with these. Oh, it's a succubus, okay? So anyway, I went over to that succubus and corrupted the living hell out of her, and she turned to a caretaker entity, the last reality, strongest monster. Anyways, I sent that caretaker into the Pizzaplex portal and killed that wet dreamer with a glitched neck snap, and off I went to the Pizzaplex. So, there you go. Hope you enjoyed this corruption I did. See you soon. Ha 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 ha. Fell on his pen, posted by Bloody Spaghetti. I've decided not to write about a soldier gone insane, torturing babies to death because they were the children of his enemies. That's too boring and reflects a perverted understanding of the nature of war. War is violent, but the reality of the matter has also filled it with boredom. Hollywood would never let you know this much. Bloodshed is exciting, while waiting in the encampment isn't. Besides that, I've written enough shock horror over the years. Instead, I've decided to write about myself and my life for a change. Writing seems to be all I know these days. It is all I have known for a very long time. I used to write some pretty good stuff, legends brought to life. Now my brain seems to be dry and swimming in dust, rather than creative juices. That's what years of relentless obsession will do to you. Writing is a miracle working. An author breathes life into a fictional reality by birthing it in his mind, and then nurturing and bleeding his life force into his creation. Miracle making is a work of the gods, and to become a god, one must lose their sanity. Left unchecked, the pen becomes the author's worst nightmare. It has the power to drive anyone insane. With heavenly inspiration and divine powers, the ink will corrode your mind and take over your nervous system, forcing you to spill it over and over until you can no longer spill any. In my case, it didn't even end there. The demon sunk its claws so deep into my brain that my entire life has turned into a single writing spree. Divine revelation after divine revelation. Impossible things crept into the depths of my thoughts. Magical places, horrible beings, abstract ideas, and things that I could not even dream to explain. Using words flooded my psyche, slowly growing, patiently taking up more and more of my mental space, until there was no place for anything else. Eventually, the endless stream of impossible things in my mind became a monolith, made up of entirely of words, a gigantic monstrosity that took over my body and forced me to birth it into creation. I was a prisoner inside my body as the titanic abomination took hold and force-fed me my obsession with spilling ink onto the sheets of paper. I have lost control of my motor skills. Unable to move, I couldn't breathe, nor could I flee this terrible disease that had complete control of me. In no time, all I ever did was write. I've lost control of what I was writing. I was writing day and night, unable to stop the process, almost as if a parasite had taken over me. I wouldn't stop, not to eat, not to sleep, not to do anything. There was no end to the hunger of the beast that demanded I write it into existence. The more I wrote, the bigger its shadow grew. I became smaller, thinner, weaker against its influences. The hours turned into days, the days into weeks, and the weeks into months. Still, there was never an end in sight. The shadow kept growing larger and larger, taking over a vaster part of my life, and yet it never seemed to become satisfied. Eventually, the ink ran out, but that was not the end of my possession. My writing up to this point hasn't satisfied the demon just yet. It needed more. A solution came to mind quickly: rusty, organic ink. That dye was costly, however, and there weren't much of that around. 4 litres. I ran out of that quickly, and when I did, I could finally sleep again. Having been unable to sleep in months because of the endless nightmares the demon had forced me to endure every time I dozed off. When I awoke again, the demon had disappeared, finally. That did not mean that I was free, not at all. I am still not free, not yet. Yet again, a malignant shadow looms over my head, a different shadow. When I awoke, I saw an angel in front of me, its form that of an iridescent form of black flames and lights rotating and twisting inside a blinding smoke screen made up of the screaming victims of perdition, its wings mortal sins. The angel was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen, a mortifying beauty, the likes of which no living man had ever seen and lived to tell the tale. It mesmerized me, filling me with joy, the likes of which are unknown to man. The angel's purpose was to take me to the next destination. However, it never did. My writing and obsessive dedication had a less than the desired effect on the angel. It refused to take me away. It turned out that even cosmic forces cannot deal with the disease that had made me waste myself into an anthropomorphic pile of dust. The angel condemned me to stay where I am. I am free to do as I please, as long as I write something every once in a while. That's where the problem lies, however. I was perhaps unintentionally cursed with a fate worse than death. I cannot stand daylight anymore, nor can I walk among my fellow humans, because what has become of me is nothing but a pale sack of skin and bones. The sun burns my delicate skin, unbearable pains riddle every inch of my body, sickening sounds and contortions of my form accompany every movement of mine. All of that would expose anyone in my presence to untold amounts of horror if there was anyone around me. I spend my days staring at the abyss, hoping it would stare back at me, begging to be swallowed by the creatures that roam within my nightmares, which now accompany me throughout the hours of the day. For I no longer sleep. Having so much time on my hands has done me no favours, as I have gotten irritated with the sound of my own heartbeat. Thus, I tore out the organ responsible for my annoyance. I still remember the sound it made when I chucked it angrily at the wall. It wouldn't stop beating. I can only find solace now in writing. The demon is no longer here. I am no longer suffering at the hands of my terminal disease, but spilling The rusty organic ink has become a force of habit. I often wonder what will happen first. Will the angel of the pit get sick of me and finally throw me into the depths of its kingdom, or will my body disintegrate into actual dust? Group Home Massacre, posted by J. Rubus. The man with the disfigured face watched the group home from a bush, his hands balled tightly into fists, his heart racing, his breath coming in quick, hot gasps. The house stood warmly lit against the darkness, a thin trail of smoke curling from its brick chimney. In the falling snow, it reminded him of a postcard he had seen. Merry Country Christmas, maybe, or Happy Holidays. Hatred surged through him. Years ago he lived in that house, and it was not a happy home. It was a home to delinquents, truants, and incorrigible teens. Cruel, vapid, sadistic teens. The man remembered the taunting and the beatings, the fear that came with lights out when other boys would come into his room and hurt him, the long, desperate, tear-filled nights. At 17, he left the group home in a broken heap. The intervening years were cold and joyless. His hatred grew until he could no longer contain it. Then he came back. In his coat pocket was a knife, and jammed down in the front of his pants was a long screwdriver. Those were the weapons he wanted to use. Up close and personal. He wanted to look into their savage faces as they died, to watch the life drain from their eyes. Presently the back door banged open and 4 boys piled out. He crouched lower, concealing himself. Through the wind-driven snow, he could catch only snippets of their conversation. "Cold for this," one said. "Come on," another replied. "Fun." He watched as one of the boys turned his back, covered his eyes and started counting. The others scattered, fleeing into the field behind the house. One, overweight and huffing, holding his pants up as he ran, headed right toward him. The man pulled out the screwdriver and gripped it in his frozen hand. The boy reached the bush and pushed through, shaking it, panting. He dropped down next to the man without seeing or sensing him, and craned his neck to peer through the branches. 30, 31, 32. The boy was 13, maybe the same age the man had been when he came to the group home. He remembered the angst and the fear, the hormones. He could practically smell it rolling off the boy in stomach-churning waves. The man shifted and the boy turned his head. 38, 39. The man grabbed the boy by the back of the head and rammed the screwdriver up through the underside of his chin, through his mouth and into his brain, his tongue tacking to the roof of his mouth and his skull cracking like a soft shell crab, kicking his feet and making strangling noises as blood filled his lungs. The boy's eyes widened. Gritting his teeth, he twisted the screwdriver, and the boy went limp. 45, 46. The man was shaking. He closed his eyes and fought to catch his racing heart. The coppery smell of blood hung heavy in the air. He licked his lips. 50. Ready or not, here I come. Bending over the supine body, the man pressed his lips against its neck and drank greedily of the rich blood. He pulled back and let the hot liquid work through him. An idea struck him then. Taking the knife from his pocket, he took the boy's head in his lap and worked quickly. When he was done, he took the wet skin and stuck it over his face. Gotcha! The counter was there. His head was in the bush. A look of triumph on his mulatto face. The man grabbed him by the chin and jammed the knife into his ear. He didn't have time to scream. When he was limp, the man dragged him into the bush and heaped him on top of his friend. Emerging from the bush, he tucked the screwdriver into his pants and looked out over the field. Plenty of places to hide. Ready or not, he called out. Here I come. Tracy Franklin sat at the counter and watched bemusedly as Roger and Libby bumped into each other. At one point, Roger, tall and lanky with glasses and a goatee, threw his head back and looked like he was ready to grab the old woman. "You're in the way, Libby," he said shortly. "Oh, hush," Libby said. She grabbed an empty pitcher from the counter and shuffled over to the sink. Shaking his head, Roger opened the oven, bent and took out a tray of cookies. Libby poured tea mix into the pitcher and filled it with water. Holding it now, she turned around and bumped into Roger again. "God damn it," he yelled, nearly dropping the cookie sheet. "Watch your mouth," Libby said. Roger, who everyone suspected was gay, practically lived in the kitchen and was fiercely possessive of it. Though Libby or one of the other staffers always cooked dinner, Roger constantly making tea, cookies, brownies, anything he could get away with. One time, Dave got him to make pot brownies. "You can't have any of these," he had told Jan, the other staffer. "These are our special brownies." Jan, who was 70, if she was a day, put her hands on her hips. "Fine, you probably ruined them, like you ruined the last batch anyway." Roger had held up his plastic spatula and glared. "Get out of my kitchen." "What smells good?" Katrina Jett asked, coming into the kitchen. Short and tan, her black hair spilled down the shoulders of her pink t-shirt. She was wearing extremely short shorts and socks. Tracy rolled her eyes. "Cookies," Roger said. He sat the sheet on the range and slammed the oven door. He dropped the pot holders next to the sink and went to the fridge. A radio, Tracy suspected hailed from the 1890s, sat atop it. "Why aren't you working?" Roger asked, and slapped it. It came to life, music filling the kitchen. Libby sat the pitcher on the counter and turned her eyes, widening when she saw Katrina. "What are you doing, young lady?" she asked. Katrina grabbed an apple from the basket in front of Tracy and took a bite. "Getting a snack? Go put some clothes on," Libby commanded. "There are boys around."
Katrina, who was already leaving, looked over her shoulder. I know. Tracy laughed. Slut, Roger muttered. Roger, I'm going to write you up if you keep talking like that. It's true, Libby. She prances around half naked and shakes her butt. I'm surprised she's not pregnant yet. Whose bright idea was it to combine the group homes, anyway? There were 2 group homes in Baronsville, both affiliated with the United Lutheran Children's Services Organization. One was for boys, the other was for girls. The girls' group home burned down at the end of November. The bigwigs simply transferred the girls to the boys' home. They didn't have to deal with it. The staffers on the ground, however, knew what was coming. After all, it was inevitable, wasn't it? Randy boys and girls thrown into the same house. Whoever would have thought, right? Tracy heard whispered rumours that Tiffany and Stacy both had sex with one of the boys. A different one, Tracy assumed. And though they hadn't really done anything yet, Tracy and Dave were close. Her stomach fluttered when she thought of him. He was so tall and handsome, with blue eyes and a sly little grin. Tonight, maybe, she thought, imagining herself slipping into his bed after lights out. One of the night staffers came around with a flashlight every 45 minutes to check on them. Surely they could be done in 45 minutes. Tracy knew she could be. Not mine, Libby said now, shaking her head and shuffling off to the dining room. You don't like having us girls around? Tracy asked, putting her face in her hands and blinking her eyes prettily. No, Roger replied, scooping cookies off of the sheet and onto a plate. You make too much noise. Oh, I think you're just worried about the competition. He shot her a dirty look. You can get out of my kitchen too. Going, she said, hopping up from the chair. Beyond the kitchen was a wide dining room. Off to the right, a door led into the office. Ahead, past another threshold, was the living room, lit by the warm spill of a table lamp. Tracy paused in the doorway and glanced from the TV. Once upon a time, a show the girls had gotten the boys into. To the couch. Dave and Bob were engrossed in the show. Bob, small and weasel-like, creeped Tracy out, but Dave liked him. Stacy sat in the armchair, her feet pulled up underneath her, blonde and petite. She was wearing a white t-shirt and checkered shorts. Where's everyone else? Tracy asked. Kat and Sean are upstairs, Stacy said without looking away from the TV. The others are playing hide and seek. So, are Kat and Sean? Bob said with a sly grin. You're thinking of hide the sausage, Dave said. Seek the pussy, Bob retorted. You guys are gross, Stacy said. Bob looked at her. You weren't complaining the other night. Stacy glowered at him. Shut up, nothing happened. Ah, so much drama. But Dave was so fine, biting her bottom lip. Tracy went to him and dropped into his lap. Hey there, he said with a smile. Hi, she said, her heart pounding. He smelled of cologne and aftershave. What you doing? Watching TV, he said. Oh, she teased. Season finale, He nodded. You? She shrugged one shoulder. I was thinking of going upstairs. Maybe go to bed early. Dave's eyes widened slightly as he caught her meaning. One thing about him, he wasn't dumb like most teenage boys. I'm kinda tired too, he said, faking a yawn and stretching. Go on, then, Stacey said. You're being loud. Tracy smiled at Dave. You wanna go? Sure. She took him upstairs by the hand. He found the third boy crouching in a trench. The man tackled him and beat him about the face and head. The boy shouted and tried to fight back, but the man's thirst for vengeance made him strong. When the boy lost consciousness, the man slit his stomach open with the knife and ripped out his entrails, steam rising from his gaping chest cavity. The man remembered something he had read once about a fur trapper in the 1840s who killed Indians and ate their livers as a sign of contempt. Digging his hand into the dead boy's guts, he ripped out the liver and ate it. When he was done, he made himself vomit onto the ground and then ate it again. He was thinking of doing it again when he remembered the fourth boy. Getting to his feet, he wiped the blood from his mouth and went off in search of him. The field behind the group home was bordered by a low-end shopping centre whose crowning jewel was a Save-A-Lot from here. He could see headlights on a highway running past it. He remembered looking out his window as a child and thinking that while the world was so close, it was so far away. When he finally found the fourth boy hiding behind a pile of brush, he was surprised to see that it wasn't a boy at all, but a girl, maybe 13 or 14, with plain face and long brown hair. She was petite and wore a black hoodie with dark jeans. They were letting girls in now? She was so absorbed in watching her front that she didn't see him creeping up on her side. He stepped on a branch and she snapped around, her eyes going wide. Bitch, he growled as he launched himself at her, uttering a small squeal. She struggled to her feet and ran, heading straight toward a stand of trees and then angling towards the house. Realizing her route, the man went around, meeting her as she passed, and slammed his fist into her face with an oomph. She collapsed to the ground. The man straddled her back, grabbed a fistful of her hair, and yanked. She screamed and sobbed. Your fault, he said, his heart rate accelerating. Your fucking fault. Please, she cried. Please stop. Grunting savagely, the man had an idea. He brought the knife around and started sawing on her scalp. She howled with pain. Luckily, the wind rose, covering the noise. When the scalp came off in his hand, he tossed it aside and admired the top of her bloody skull. Bits of flesh and strands of hair stuck to the bone, the former soft and quivering, the latter flapping in the wind. The girl struggled under him, crying. Taking the screwdriver out, he jammed it into her head with such force that her skull cracked and split. Throwing the weapon aside momentarily, he dug his fingers into the fissure and pulled, as though she was a crab and he a hungry tourist. The girl shrieked. The bone broke, a piece coming off in each hand. Now her brain was revealed, pink and throbbing, little clouds of steam wafting into the frosty air. The fight drained out of her. Using the jagged ends of one of the skull pieces like a tortilla chip, he scooped out a wad of brain and stuck it into his mouth. As the tremors of excitement passed, he briefly considered assaulting her genitals, but decided against it. The thought of seeing them, smelling them, repulsed him. Instead, he shoved his hands into her cranium, removed the rest of her brains, and plopped them onto the ground. Standing, he kicked them, his foot catching in the goo. He slipped, went down hard, and barked mad laughter until he cried. Tracy locked Dave's bedroom door and turned. He was lying on the bed, his arms behind his head, a sly smile playing across his face. Tracy's heart caught in her throat. He was so beautiful, he might even be the most beautiful thing in her life, like ever. When she was 3, her mother ran off with a guy who worked at a car wash, leaving her alone with her father. The people would whisper that he used to be a good guy, but all through Tracy's childhood he was drunk and mean. As she grew older, she suspected that he resented her for what her mother had done. He would always say, "You're just like her," whenever she did anything displeasing, and how she tried not to. She was 14 the first time he hit her, catching her in the chin with a closed fist and driving her to the kitchen floor. She was 15 when she decided that she had had enough and ran away. She sometimes imagined him sitting all alone in the trailer, nursing a beer and muttering to himself about both of them leaving him. She hoped he was sad and miserable. The police found her 3 days after she left and put her in a shelter. She was there for 6 weeks. Most of the other kids were nice, though there were a few that had problems and caused trouble. From there she came to Baronsville. She was surrounded by 6 other girls, but felt totally and utterly alone. Now, looking at Dave on his bed, smiling at her, she felt, what? Hope? Joy? Loved? She didn't know exactly, but she knew that it felt good. "You're sexy," Dave said. She blushed, her heart going pitter-patter. "Do you really think so?" "Yeah." She went to him and sat on the edge of the bed. "I don't think I am," she said with more than a hint of truth. She was too skinny, her brown eyes too big, her reddish blonde hair too short, barely reaching her shoulders. She didn't know why, but it wouldn't grow longer. Sitting up, Dave looked her in the eyes with an intensity that scared her. "You're wrong." He put his hand on the back of her neck and Tracy sighed. It was so warm and gentle. Then they were kissing, their tongues darting coyly into each other's mouths. Tracy had only kissed one boy before, and she thought it was gross, his slimy tongue caressing the insides of her cheeks. But with Dave it was different, electric. Her centre turned to jelly, and her heart blasted against her rib cage, so hard it was almost painful. She ran her fingers through his hair, and she laid her down. His hand slipped inside her shirt, his nimble fingers grazing her erect nipple. She felt herself dampen. He moved lower, kissing her neck and nibbling her ear. She gasped and exhaled. He worked lower still, unzipping her pants. For a moment, something like terror fell over her. This was it, she realised. Her big step into womanhood. What would Dave think of her body? Would he like it? She covered her eyes as he slid down her pants. Next, he hooked his fingers into her underwear, and those came down too, the feeling of the fabric moving against her fevered skin exciting her even more. She opened her mouth to speak, to ask Dave what he thought, but she got her answer when he tasted her. She jumped, a tingling thrill running up her spine. Oh, she sighed. It was all she could muster. The tides of pleasure were rising up around her, threatening to sweep her away. Long tendrils of crackling sensation crawled up her body, from her dank sex to her aching nipples. Gasping, she grabbed handfuls of sheet and bared her teeth, lest she cry out. And someone here. Outside, the wind moaned. Covered in blood and panting, the man crept to the back steps and paused, listening. When he was satisfied that he was alone and unobserved, he crouched down and picked his way up the concrete steps. Amber light fell through a window in the door. Peeking in, he saw the kitchen. Ancient striped wallpaper, cracked yellow linoleum, outdated appliances. It was exactly as he remembered. The countertop was the only thing that had changed. In his day it was tan, now it was green. A boy in a pair of jeans and a green apron was rifling through a cabinet over the sink. The man tried the knob. It was unlocked. Taking the knife out, he turned the handle and slipped inside, the warm air caressing his icy face. "Wipe your feet," the boy called out without looking. "I don't want dirt and mud in my kitchen." The man closed the door behind him and turned the deadbolt. The boy stopped what he was doing. "Libby, where are the sprinkles I brought?" "The cabinet," a voice called back. "Libby." An image of the old woman's sunken face danced through his mind's eye. Her hooked nose, the mole on her upper lip, her beady eyes. She reminded him of a bird, maybe a buzzard, perched on a branch and waiting for something to die. She had to be in her late 70s. Why wasn't she retired yet? Was Jan still there too? As if in answer, the boy let out a long sigh. "Jan, my sprinkles?" "I don't know, Roger. You need to keep track of your own things. You're a big boy." Hatred coursed through the man. Jan was a fucking tyrant. She would walk through the house and make sure that everything was perfect. Beds had to be made with military precision. Chores had to be done twice. If your clothes were wrinkled or your hair unruly, she would make you go back to your room and try again. If you so much as blinked while she was talking to you, she would write you up and you would lose all of your privileges for days, sometimes even weeks. No TV, no going outside, no
hanging out in your bedroom. You were to sit at the dining room table and twiddle your thumbs, or, if you were lucky, do schoolwork. The man hated Jan. From the moment he came to the group home, the old woman had something against him. Maybe she didn't like his face. Maybe it was his voice. Who knew? He sure didn't. But when he came to her about the other boys bullying him, throwing blankets over his head after lights out, and beating him in the face, shoving him and tripping him, she ignored him. She didn't care. A grin crept across the man's disfigured face. He was going to enjoy killing her. Shaking with anticipation, the man started into the kitchen. Sensing him, the boy turned, his expression going from put upon to terrified. Pouncing, the man swept the knife through the air in a deadly arc. The tip sliced the boy's throat, the skin parting like the Red Sea. Gasping and gurgling, the boy raised his hands to his throat and stumbled back against the counter. Blood cascaded down the front of his apron. The man grabbed him by his apron and stabbed him in the chest. The boy's face paled and he went limp, falling to the floor with a loud thud. "Roger, what was that?" Jan called. The man looked up. Just as Jan came out of the office, she saw him, jumped and stopped. Stepping over the body, he went for her, raising the knife. Frozen in fear, she didn't move, didn't speak, though her mouth worked soundlessly. "Remember me?" the man whispered. Jan's eyes were wide, her wrinkled face agog. With his free hand, the man pulled the dead boy's face from his own. "Remember, Danny Prince?" She jerked as if shot, her hand flying to her chest. A loud, low moan escaped her lips as she fell against the door frame. You're... Jan?" Libby asked worriedly. Jan's eyes rolled back into her head. She slid slowly to the ground. "Oh my God, Jan!" Libby appeared then, bending over the dying woman. The man raised the knife and brought it down, burying it in her back. She hissed and fell. Was still. Jan was dead too. The man wasn't happy. He was looking forward to killing her, but she robbed him of even that. He knelt down and put the knife to her throat. He was about to push it in when he heard a whisper from the living room. "That's nice. Don't stop." More victims. The man took the knife away from Jan's throat, wiped it on his pants, and got back to his feet. Peeking his head into the lowly lit room, he saw a boy and a girl making out on an overstuffed couch. The boy had his hand down the front of the girl's pants and kissed her neck passionately. Her head was thrown back, eyes closed and lips parted in bliss. The man entered the living room, moving with the stealth of a cat. He was standing over them now, so close he could smell the musk of the girl's desire. "What if we get caught?" she panted. "I don't give a fuck," the boy replied, biting her ear. She giggled. "Neither do I." She opened her eyes then, saw him, and screamed. The boy turned. The man brought the knife around and sank it into the soft flesh of his cheek. The girl screamed even louder and rolled off the couch. The man pulled the knife out of the boy's face and stabbed him in the chest. The sound of the front door opening brought him out of his reprieve. He darted into the foyer, past the stairs and out the door. The girl was halfway to the road when he grabbed her from behind, spun her around and dropped her onto the frozen ground like a WWF wrestler. The wind knocked from her with an audible gasp. "Bitch, slut, whore, cunt." He wrapped one hand around her slender pulsing throat and squeezed. She scratched his hand and kicked her legs. He brought the knife up and down. The wind shrieked for her. Sean Harker lay back against the bed and closed his eyes. On top of him, Katrina Jett bucked and thrusted, her pretty little tits flexing. He gripped her hips and rolled his neck. "You just don't give up, do you?" They'd been at it for almost half an hour. In that time, she had come 6, maybe even 7 times. Sean himself had come 3, which he supposed was impressive for a dude. 4 was the most he'd ever squeezed out in one day. Of course, that was by himself. Having a sexy bitch naked and wet on top of him. He could probably go another time. "I like sex," she giggled. "You have no idea what it's like with no dick." "I can imagine," Sean said, then hastened to add, "without pussy, you know." She threw herself back. "I know." God, she was good. So good that he wanted to come inside her. Not to have a kid with her or anything, but just to feel it. "I'm almost there again," she said, strained. She thrust 2, 3 times, then collapsed on top of him, shaking. Her pleasure pushed him over the edge, and he pulled out, just as he reached the mountain, spurting his seed all over the bed. For a moment he lay still, his body like jello. Katrina was still trembling. She laughed. "Jesus. Sean said, suddenly very tired. "I'm gonna go hop in the shower, okay? Do whatever you want." She smiled and got up, gathering her shirt and her panties. "Maybe you can join me," she said over her shoulder. "Maybe," he replied, rolling over. When she was gone, he reached into his nightstand drawer, took out the leather-bound Bible he kept there and opened it. A hole had been cut through many of the pages to accommodate a pack of cigarettes. Sean's window opened onto the roof, and he often went out onto it and smoked. He figured he'd have one now, join Katrina and see if he had one more load for her. She wouldn't be here forever, so bust it while you got it, right? Sean shook out a cigarette and got his lighter from his hiding space between the mattress and the box spring. He was just getting up to put on his pants when his bedroom door, which Katrina had left ajar, pulled closed, forcefully. "Ben, is that you?" Ben was Sean's roommate. 13, fat and pimply. He was actually a cool kid, but still, you couldn't trust anyone. If he saw him and Katrina. Slipping the cigarette and the lighter into his jeans pocket, Sean went to the door. "That you, Ben? I was just going out to smoke. You want one?" He opened the door. To the left, past several bedrooms, the bathroom door stood open. The sound of the shower and Katrina humming drifted out. He turned right towards the stairs.
and a man was there. What the? The man grabbed him by the throat and lifted him up. Hey man, let me go. He threw a punch, hitting the man in the side of his scarred face. What the fuck? Suddenly, he had a knife. Sean's eyes widened. Hey, hey. The man jammed the knife into his stomach. He then squeezed Sean's throat to cut off the scream. In the shower, Katrina Jett lathered her supple young body and let the hot water sluice over her. She hoped Sean hurried up. She was starting to get horny again. Sean, you coming? A moment later, she heard him come into the bathroom. There you are, she said. You coming? I'm wet and naked. No reply. Only heavy breathing. She let the water run over her face, then poked her head out. A man with a horrible, misshapen face greeted her. Before she could scream, he jammed his finger into her eye. She wailed as the orb popped and began spilling down her cheek. She reached out, grabbed the shower curtain, and the rings holding it to the rod broke. She fell, watching in horror as the mashed remains of her eye stuck to the tip of the man's finger. As soon as she hit the shower floor, the man was on top of her, the water beating down on him, his head and shoulders black against the overhead light. When he stuck the knife under her ribs, she cried out. Then the knife was entering her good eye. The darkness reigned forevermore. After making love, Tracy lay with her head on Dave's chest, listening to his heartbeat. His arms were wrapped around her shoulders, and she felt safe and at peace. Safer than she had ever felt at home with her abusive father and her absent mother. She told Dave this, and he squeezed her tighter. He didn't speak, though, but that was okay. Just having him there, feeling his warmth, was enough. Later, fighting the temptation to sleep, she asked, "Are we a thing now?" "Of course," he replied instantly. "Why wouldn't we be?" "I don't know," she said. She was afraid that she was just a lay for him, a quick squeeze and release. Though she didn't mind the idea of casual sex, she didn't want that from Dave. She wanted more. She wanted someone to have and hold, even if only for a little while. "You're my girl," Dave said, reassuring, and she kissed him. "It's gonna suck when they finish rebuilding the other group home," she said, settling back. "I know. I won't have you here. We can visit each other though, it's not far." The girls' group home was 2 miles across town. That wasn't bad, she told herself. They could bike to each other, or even walk. "I'm about to fall asleep," Dave said, getting up. "If they find us sleeping together, we'll never get to see each other again." Tracy sighed. He was right. She knew that. But being under the covers with him was bliss. "I have to pee anyway," she said. She pulled on her pants and her shirt. Dave got dressed too. In the hall, Tracy heard the shower running. From behind the closed door, she knocked lightly. "Hello, I have to pee. Do you mind if I come in?" No answer. Damn. She knocked again. Still didn't hear anything. Oh well. She opened the door and went in. The toilet was separated from the shower and the sink by a half wall. She went to it and froze. Katrina sat on the commode, her head twisted at an impossible angle. Both of her eyes seeped blood and other, less nameable fluids. Horror rose in Tracy, erupting in a scream. Dave was there in an instant. What? What's wrong? Tracy tried to tell him, but she couldn't speak. It's Katrina. The shower curtain fell from the rod. A man stood inside, tall and horribly disfigured. He was wearing a suit and holding a knife. Dave spun around just as the man came out. Shorter than the man, but more muscular, Dave threw a punch, connecting with the man's face and sending him back. "Come on," Dave screamed, grabbing her by the hand and dragging her out of the bathroom. He slammed the door and held it. Tracy was breathing heavy, her heart beating so fast that the world was going grey around her. The man was at the door, trying the knob. When it wouldn't budge, he slammed against the wood. Then the tip of a knife rammed through, inches from Dave's face. "Come on!" He let go of the door and ducked away. Tracy followed, only turning when they were at the head of the stairs. As she watched, the man ripped the door open and emerged, a screwdriver in hand. "Hurry!" she screamed, hysterically, pushing Dave. At the bottom of the stairs, Jan hung from the wall, her chin lolling against her neck. She had been tacked in place with a marble rolling pin. Tracy screamed and Dave gasped. The man was coming down the stairs now, and Tracy felt faint. Grabbing her by the wrist, Dave led her into the dining room. Libby was spread out on the table like Thanksgiving dinner. Various knives, forks and other sharp instruments jutting from her body. Dave led her around the table and into the kitchen. When she saw Roger's head sitting on the stove, acrid smoke rising up around it, she screamed again. The man was right behind them. Dave pushed her toward the back door. "Run!" The man hit the kitchen just then, and Dave threw himself at him, driving him back. Tracy was frozen in place. "Go!" Dave screamed. Her paralysis broke, and she went to the back door, grabbing the handle and turning. Locked. Shit! Behind her, Dave screamed. Tracy was panicking now. She clawed at the lock. Damn it! Why wouldn't it work? Open! She shrieked. Open! She looked over her shoulder and her heart leapt into her throat. The man was coming into the kitchen, his shoulders squared and his jaw set. In that second, she saw his face clearly, the ugly scars, the ruined eye, the drooping lips. He was a study in terror, and Tracy screamed again. Somehow she found the deadbolt and threw it back. A snowy gust of wind ripped the door from her hands and slammed it against the outside wall. She flung herself into the night. The accumulated snow, cold against her bare feet. Behind her, the man let out a wordless cry of fury. She turned as he reached the doorway. He paused a moment and then gave chase. In the front yard, she hit something in the snow with her left foot. A rock, maybe. Hot agony snaked up her leg. She turned again. The man was coming, but slowly, like a killer in one of those stupid old movies, like he was relishing the moment. When she turned back around, her stomach lurched. A car was moving slowly along the road, its headlights cleaving the storm. She gave out a yell and raised her arms, but the man caught her by the back of her shirt and threw her against the ground. She screamed, and the killer kicked her, the tip of his shoe connecting with her diaphragm and knocking the wind out of her. White light burst on the edges of her vision, panting now like a boy touching his first breast. The killer turned her over and straddled her, slapping her across the face. "You bitch," he hissed, wrapping his hands around her throat. Snow stung her eyes. She lashed out, hitting his ugly face, but he didn't move, didn't relent. The world began to fall away from her, growing fuzzy and warm. The fight drained from her, and she realized that she was dying. Tracy Franklin hallucinated as she sank into the void, saw flashing red and blue lights, saw the man look up afraid, saw him fall back as bullets slammed into his body, saw the worried face of a cop hovering over her. Then she passed out, never expecting to wake again. 2 hours later, she did, in a hospital bed. Dave, his arm in a sling, was sitting next to her. The man lay in a heap on the hard ground, snow falling over him, his life draining from 7 bullet wounds. How the cops got involved, he didn't know. Maybe someone heard screaming and called. Maybe they just happened by. Either way, it was over. He had avenged himself. As he flirted with the edge of death once more, he thought back to his last day at the group home, the day some of the other boys set him on fire, the day Libby and Jan weren't watching, the day they took him out of the group home in a body bag. With that vision firmly in mind, the man died again. Hellhound on my trail. Not too far from where I live, there's an old stone bridge that overlooks a lake. I've been past it enough to know that it would make a great picture, so one day I decided to head out and take a few. It was sunny and clear out when I left home, and the rest of the days was supposed to be just as good. But when I got to the bridge, it was pretty cloudy, and there was so much mist over the lake that you could barely see anything. Now that I think about it, I don't really remember getting overcast or foggy. It just kind of happened. But I was already there, so I got my camera out and took a few photos. They were all shit. I couldn't see anything in the viewfinder. There's this little island in the lake, right in the middle, and I thought that might come out well, so I took a few photos of that. It was way too foggy though, so I gave up. I was about to head to my car when I smelled something. It was really acrid, like something burning, but it was so faint that I couldn't really tell what it was. I looked back at the island. There was nothing there, so I got in my car and headed home. I figured I'd go over my photos on my computer before I deleted them. The first one was shit. The second one was shit. So were the third, fourth and the fifth. And then I got to the island photo. I didn't see it when I was taking the photo, but there was something on the island. I zoomed in all the way
and the pixelization was awful, but I could almost see something, like a deer, or a moose, or maybe even a big dog, standing on the island. I wouldn't have seen the damn thing at all through the fog if it hadn't been for its eyes. It had bright red eyes that distorted the pixels around it. Must have been due to the mist or something, I thought. I went to the next photo, but that one was corrupted, so I went back. But that photo, the one I just saw, that one was corrupted too. I tried to recover the files a couple of times. It didn't work. So I went to sleep and didn't think about the photos again. I work in town. It's not a big town, just one of those places with a Walmart, McDonald's, a couple of mom and pop shops, and a bar or two. We had pretty windy weather that week, so when I headed out to my car, no one was talking or anything. They were just trying to get to their cars to get the hell home too. I have to park a couple of blocks away from work because of parking regulations and stuff. There's this really huge tree that grows into the sidewalk on the way there. It makes the path all uneven, and when I get there, I smelled something. It was that same burning smell, except this time it was stronger. It was like burning hair. I realised I couldn't tell where it was coming from, and no one else was gawking around like me. So I don't think anyone else smelled it. But then I saw something down the sidewalk. It was near this old house that's been vacant for years, right in the front yard. It was a dog, I think, but it was a lot bigger than any dog I'd ever seen before. Its shoulder was probably 3 or 4 feet off the ground, and it had pitch black fur. But that's not why I saw it. I saw it because of its eyes. It had bright red, glowing eyes. The wind was really strong that day, really strong. A couple of power lines were down already, and a couple of trees too, especially the older ones, like the one I was standing next to. The branch fell from it, missed me by about a foot. It smashed the roof of the car. It had shattered the windshield and everything. If it had hit me, I'd be dead, no doubt about it. I fell down, so I must have jumped away or something. A couple of people came to help me up, and I asked them if they saw the dog. But when I tried to point it out to them, it was gone, just completely, totally vanished. The smell was still there, but no one smelled it, except for me. I got in my car, but I could still smell burning hair. So I emptied a can of air freshener and drove the hell home. That almost covered up the smell. I had a tough time getting to sleep that night. I tried to cook dinner, but I burned everything, and I live a long way from town, so I couldn't order anything. I ended up eating soup out of a can, but it didn't taste right, so I threw it away. Something was up with my house that night. It was built in the 20s or something, and my grandfather gave it to me when he died. He said that his father built it, but couldn't stand living in it, because even though he built it really securely, it creaks all the time. Even when you're all by yourself and not moving, you hear creaking. Sometimes it's upstairs, other times it's downstairs, and sometimes it's even right behind you, but there's never
anything there. I guess I've just gotten used to it for the most part, but there were a lot of creaks that night. Sometimes there were patterns to them, almost like footsteps. And that's not all. A couple of times when I looked out of the windows, I saw weird shadows, like someone or something was walking out there. Eventually, I fell asleep. I didn't have any dreams, at least none that I remember. My alarm clock had been going off for a half hour when I finally got up. I woke up on the couch, even though I remember sleeping in my bed. Maybe I sleepwalked, even though I've never done that before. I feel like shit. I was groggy and something smelled so bad that it almost made me gag. I'm not a morning person, but that morning was a lot worse. Maybe a shave would make me feel better. I use a straight razor. My grandfather gave it to me with the house, and I keep it honed and ready to go at all times. So I lathered up and started to go at it. The bathroom's pretty small. There's a toilet next to the sink, and behind them is the bathtub. The electrical's always on the fritz. It has been for as long as I can remember, so the light goes off for a split second now and then. Sometimes the current surges and blows out bulbs too. And before that happens, you can always smell it burning. And that's what happened that morning. I smelled something burning. Just as I was starting to shave, I hurried up because I didn't want to be stuck in the dark with a straight razor at my throat. But then I realised that it wasn't the usual burning smell. It smelled like burning hair. It was the same smell in my nostrils since I got up, and I didn't recognise it until then, because it was really strong. Really strong. I looked at myself in the mirror. I looked like a mess and my hands were shaking. But there was something dark on the shower curtain behind me. It wasn't my shadow, though. My eyes were bloodshot, but its eyes were even redder. I don't know what happened next. I must have fallen back and hit my head against the tub, because I saw stars when I tried to stand. That wasn't the worst of it though. When I fell, I had nicked myself with my straight razor, and I was losing a lot of blood. There were some bandages and gauze in the medicine cabinet behind the mirror. I grabbed them and patched myself up, but it wasn't going to last, I could tell. I ran out of the bathroom to call 911, but I couldn't get through. I dialed it carefully a few times, but I just couldn't get through. I got in my car, didn't waste time taking a coat, even though it was pretty cold and windy. I did bring a survival kit though, and my grandfather's shotgun. The wind was really bad that day. Everything I saw was just grey, bleak, like all the colour was gone from the world. The road signs are usually bright green, but even they looked kind of dull. I tried to keep track of the mile markers. That's how I know when I'm getting close to town, but I couldn't focus on them for some reason. And even though I drove for a long time, I never got to town. At some point I smelled burning hair again. I tried to ignore it, but it got strong, really strong, and I had to pull over to throw up out of the window. In fact, I pulled over at the bridge, the same bridge that I took the photos at, and I threw up into the water. But the smell was still there, stronger than ever. I had to drive, though my gauze wasn't holding and I was starting to feel faint, so I took the car out of out of park and was about to start driving when I thought I saw something in the rear view mirror, like brake lights or something. But it was eyes, bright, red, glowing eyes. I stamped on the gas and drove the car off the bridge. I remember hitting the water and then I passed out. Somehow I survived the impact. I even got out of the car, and since my shotgun and survival kit were over my lap when I started to drive, I grabbed them too. I had to swim to shore and I made it, soaked, freezing cold, but alive. My car was gone. There was no way to get it out of the water, and I knew that there wasn't much traffic on the bridge. I'd die before someone came by if I tried to hitchhike. I used my survival kit to redo the dressing on my neck. Then I grabbed a few of the dry branches the wind had knocked down and made a fire. That warmed me up a little bit. I started to hear stuff again. Branches snapping, moving things, stuff like that. Sometimes there would be flickers of motion in the corners of my eyes, but whenever I looked, I didn't see anything. I heard panting too, like a hungry dog, and that was when I sat with my back to the fire. I didn't think to bring any extra shells. I had 2 shots, and that was it. I didn't even know if the shotgun worked. It hadn't been fired for so long, and I'd never even shot a gun before. It was really misty over the lake. I couldn't see far that way. I couldn't see far into the forest either, but at some point I saw something. I definitely saw something coming at me from the lake. It was a big black dog with shaggy fur that smelled like burnt hair. It was walking on water and coming right at me. I aimed for the red of its eyes. I missed the first shot, but I hit it with the second one. At least I think I did. I didn't see it go down, and I didn't hear anything except for the gunshot, but it was gone. I moved away from the fire just a little bit for a better look, but the smell was still there. In fact, it was strong, so strong that my eyes teared up, and I could hear something behind me, something panting, growling, and starting to move forward. I turned as quick as I could. It wasn't quick enough. Demons. I've never really seen a creepypasta about demons. No, not monsters, ghosts, or entities. Demons. I don't know if I believe in them, but I can't think of any other explanation. Ever been in a bank robbery? I have. I work in a bank. I watch the CCTV cameras during opening hours. Now, when you watch cameras all day, you notice things. The blonde flirting with the guard every Thursday. The homeless man trying to open up an account with a penny he found. The guys in suits standing in the corner. The ones I've never seen before. They stood out the most on this particular day, and the next few days the guards never noticed them. Neither did the other customers or the clerks. They were just observing like me. It was the 5th day he was in when it got strange. He was standing there 1 second. Then the camera went black. When the system restarted, he was gone. But no one had left the building. There's a beep every time the door opens. It was as if he had vanished. From then on, I never saw him again. But something was strange, to put it lightly. The small thing I noticed had changed. The blonde never looked at the guard. The homeless man stopped coming in. Everything was wrong. But not dangerous, until the blonde pulled a gun on the guards and customers. I heard no noise. I just sat there watching the flashes on the screen. The blood soaking the floor. The blonde smirking. I was so scared my body froze in my seat. The few surviving customers ran for the door, taking a chance to escape. But soon noticed it was blocked by a car. Zooming in on the camera, I saw the driver was the homeless man. He exited the car and pulled out another gun. He pointed it towards the door and opened fire. No one was left alive after that. Just me and the bank manager at the back of the building. He told me, "I'm going out." I begged him to stay. They didn't want to talk. He'll get killed. They must want something. I need to do this. With that, he left me, sat in my seat. All I could do was turn around and watch as he, walking in, hands up, head down. Watch him fall to his knees as bullets fly through his new suit, into his torso and out again. He was a dad. I continued to watch through teary eyes. I still don't know why I watched, but something made me. A voice in my head telling me to keep my eyes on the screen. I wish I didn't listen, because I can't explain what happened next. I can just tell you what I saw. I saw the homeless man come into the bank, walking over to the ripped open bodies of adults and children. He smiled as blood soaked his feet. The blonde was smiling too. Gun in hand, she turned to the man and shot again and again. My jaw dropped, not because of the shooting, but because the man just carried on walking, smiling even more now as he sprayed bullets at the blonde, who stood there laughing. When they had stopped, both had blood covered them head to toe. The blonde turned to face the camera and walked toward it. She looked straight into the camera as if she knew I was watching her. She was missing most of her bottom jaw, and what was left of her was drenched in blood. She attempted to smile, and her eyes flickered black. I thought it was a camera fault, but they stayed black for a few more seconds before the camera once again blacked out. The system restarted, and the man and woman were on the floor, dead. And the two men in suits appeared in the corner of the room before the camera blacked out one final time. At the gates of hell. The phone rang. It kind of startled me, as I had been sitting on the floor next to the fire, swaddled in a furry blanket, reading a book, Angels and Demons. For the past 2.5 hours, time had gotten away from me, as the high-pitched warbling of the landline rang in my ears from across the living room. I gazed around my surroundings with glassy eyes, breathing deeply in an effort to shake off the Dan Brown-induced trance I had been lost in. A heavy sigh later, I was on my feet and trudging lazily over to the still shrieking phone, the blanket wrapped securely around my shoulders. A glance at the clock on the microwave told me it was 11 o'clock. I looked at the small, glowing orange display on the phone stand at the number 666 666 6. What a strange number. I didn't recognise it. I hesitantly reached for the phone and picked it up, pressing it against my ear. Hello? I said groggily. Who could be calling me at this hour? Hello? A voice said through the phone. I didn't recognise it. The voice seemed to be clearer than usual, and it seemed to belong to a woman, but her voice was too deep for a female. I'm calling to inform you of something very important, she said. I'm sorry? Who is this? I inquired, confused. I rubbed my eyes and sat at the kitchen table. You don't know me, she said, but I know you. I could almost hear her smiling about God knows what through the phone. I didn't know what to say. This had to be a joke. What? Who is this? What do you mean, you know me? I asked more sternly. I know everything about you, more than you know about yourself. I sighed and face-palmed. Whoever you are, this isn't funny, I grumbled, the irritation in my voice growing. Miss Murray, she said slowly, I'm afraid this is no joke. I could hear in her voice that she was dead serious. This definitely was not some sort of cruel prank. It couldn't be. I stood up. How? Do you know my name? I asked feebly. Like I said, Miss Murray, I know everything about you. I don't know what possessed me to say this, but I mumbled, prove it. She began to laugh quietly. A moment of silence preceded a statement that shocked me to my core. When you were little, you were terrified of the dark. Every night, after you were put to bed, you would pull out your old nightlight from infancy. Even with that, you slept with the door open and the hall light on. Most nights you couldn't even sleep. Nobody ever knew but you, she said whimsically, and me. I slammed the phone down onto the stand. It was true, all of it. How could she possibly have known this? I never told anyone. I felt my heart hammering inside my chest. I wrapped the blanket tighter around me before turning on the kitchen light and going over to sit by the fireplace. The book was still sitting there, and I turned it over and slid it across the floor. I didn't even want to think about demons right now. It's a joke, I said to myself. I tend to talk to myself when I am scared or lonely, or you're dreaming. The phone rang again. It once again startled me. I stared at it from across the room as it screamed at me. The little orange display glared back at me, reading the numbers that I knew were on it. I let it ring a few times as the full magnitude of the situation impacted me, and I was filled with inexplicable rage. I threw the blanket from my shoulders and stormed over to the phone. I swiped it off the stand, and immediately the voice said, "You didn't let me finish." I cut her off mid-sentence by yelling with mostly suppressed fury, I don't know who you are or what you want from me, but you'd better leave me the fuck alone or I'm calling the cops. She responded in a calm voice. And what are they going to do about it? I'm just a voice through the phone. She started to laugh. Not chuckle, but laugh. I smashed the phone back down onto the stand once again and ran around the entire first floor, locking every door and window and flickering on every light, even the porch light. I didn't even bother with the second floor. I closed the blinds on the sliding glass patio door before sitting down once again next to the fireplace. I balled myself up and secured the blanket around myself, even tighter than before. I felt on the verge of crying. I was breathing rapidly and my heart rate had skyrocketed. It wasn't long before the phone sounded off yet again. I knew who it was, and I buried my head in the blanket and began to sob. I figured that if I kept answering, she would keep calling, and maybe if I didn't answer, she'd leave me alone. The phone rang for what seemed like a lifetime. It went to voicemail, and I heard her voice through the answer machine. How rude of you to keep hanging up on me. Anyway, as I had originally stated, I have something very important to tell you. Tonight is your last night alive. At this, I looked up briefly, a look of pure shock and horror on my face, and then I buried my head back into the safety of the blanket and cried softly. Her voice kept on, however, unless you can find a way to escape your fate, there is one way, but it will not come easily. You must make sacrifices, endure both physical and mental pain. If, however, you cannot find your escape, be expecting me at around, say, 4:30. You'd better get started. The old grandfather clock in front of me chimed 12, echoing eerily through the house. You only have a few hours. Good luck. I was wailing now. I didn't care. Nobody could hear me anyway, except maybe her. I had to get out of here as far from this spot as possible. I stumbled to my feet, dizzy with overwhelming emotions, and ran over to the phone. I pushed the numbers 911, but the phone didn't respond. It appeared to be dead. It was plugged in still though, so I unplugged it, plugged it back in, and tried again. Still nothing. I frantically slapped it against my palm and pushed random buttons, but it was all futile. I collapsed into the chair at the kitchen table that I'd been sitting in earlier, still clutching the phone in my death grip. My whole world fell apart. I cradled my head between my arms as every negative emotion in the book sped through my head. I was crying, sobbing. It took me a while to realise that my fingernails were digging into my palm and that a steady stream of warm crimson blood was flowing down my arm. And then the phone rang. Fabulous. Just what I fucking needed. I threw it at the floor as hard as I could and watched the many pieces fly off in all directions. It gave me a sense of freedom, but that couldn't even begin to counteract all of the mental torture I was enduring. Then the realisation hit me that the phone wasn't dead. She had just called me. I fell to the floor and scrambled to reassemble the telephone. As futile as I knew it was, tears warping my vision. When I popped the second battery in the back and turned it over and began punching buttons, I confirmed what I had been dreading. It didn't work. The phone rang again. I pushed talk and screamed, "What?" at the girl on the other end. She said nothing, just silence. A few moments of my heavy, rage-filled breathing later, she said in a calm, almost amused voice, "You don't need to shout." I hardly let her finish before screaming at her, "Yes, I do. What do you want from me?" She responded in the same tone as before, "I already told you." The kitchen light flickered slightly, then all the lights in the house surged and died out in unison. It was pitch fucking black. I was shocked to hear her voice through the phone, which was still plugged into the wall. "Oh, would you look at that? The power's out." I was positive that she was smiling amusedly on the other end. I said, completely overcome by fear, "What did you do?" I heard my voice quivering. She hung up. I dropped the phone on the counter, limply, and whirled around, faced by abysmal darkness that appeared thick as tar, waiting to swallow me up. The silence from the blackness hurt. Her voice came through the answering machine again, without even ringing. But the power was out. How the hell was she doing this? "I know why you are so afraid of the dark," she said. I left the answering machine running as I went to find some candles. You can't stand the thought of the unknown. You never know what could be hiding in the shadows. I threw drawers open in search of a lighter, just waiting for you to let your guard down. I found one, along with a few candles, and began flicking the lighter frantically with quivering hands. "So they can take you." The striker lit, and I held it over the wick of one candle and watched it ignite. You never know what could be staring at you through the blackness right now. I screamed at the phone, "Shut up!" and she began to laugh manically before hanging up. As she laughed, an impossible gust of wind from nowhere blew through my room, blowing out the candle I was holding and the fire in the fireplace. I placed a smoking candle on the counter, and apparently too close to the edge, because it fell off and shattered on my foot, cutting small gashes in it. I felt the blood running off my feet and pooling on the floor around me. I opened the drawer directly in front of me. I knew exactly what was in it, and I grabbed it out. It was a Bible. I ran over to the knife drawer and pulled out the largest blade I could find. I cut a deep gash across my fingers while groping for it in the darkness. I lit another candle and took both the Bible and the knife and headed into the hallway adjacent to the kitchen. I slid down the wall and huddled against it. Placing the knife on the floor next to me, I rested the Bible on my knees and opened to a verse that I'd completely memorized by heart. The pages were slightly illuminated by the flickering light of the candle that I held against the pages. I began to yell the verse, trying my best to keep my voice from quivering. And even as I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. The impossible breeze blew once again down the hall, causing the flame to flicker. I stopped reading for a second, regained myself, swallowed hard, and continued. Your rod and staff, they comfort me. As I read the words, it looked as if the ink was seeping through the paper. As the words were bleeding, they soon became illegible, and I dropped the Bible to the floor. The page soon became entirely black, and a black liquid pooled around it. The impossible breeze again blew through the hallway, and I started to recite what I knew by heart, even louder than before. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil. My cup overflows with blessings. The wind rushed through the hallway, even stronger, and the kitchen knife lifted from the floor and flew towards me, lodging in the wall to the right of my face. "Where's your God now?" she whispered, not through the answering machine in the kitchen, but all around me. It felt almost as if she was in my head. I scrambled to my feet and ran towards the stairs. What drove me to venture up there, I do not know, but it felt like the only place I could go. I slipped in the liquid that was a mixture of my blood and the black liquid that continued to seep from the Bible on the floor. I bolted up the staircase, which felt like it was giving way below my feet. I looked behind me to see the steps collapsing as soon as I stepped off them, into an endless, swirling abyss of nothing, into which the rest of my living room was falling as well. I only ran faster. I bolted down the hall towards my room and was hit by the horrific realization that the walls were buckling and bending inwards. They were collapsing in on me. My own house was imploding. I made it into my bedroom and opened the door, only to be greeted by a monstrous wall of fire. I whirled around and flew towards the stairs, and as I did, I heard loud cracking noises, like sticks being snapped. A strange pain shot through my legs, and I realised that some unseen force was breaking my legs. The pain was unbearable. Tears poured from my eyes and down my face. I reached the top of the stairs. My legs snapped. Indescribable pain, accompanied by a stomach-churning sound, caused me to trip over my now useless legs. I fell down the staircase. When I reached the bottom, I hit my head full force on the marble tiling and blacked out. The last thing I saw before doing so was a girl, about 15. She was standing in front of the abyss, swallowing my living room. She wore a red suit and had her hands in her pockets. Her hair was long and fiery orange, pinned up in a sloppy updo. As my vision faded, I watched her mouth the words 4:30 as she pointed at her wrist, and then I heard her laugh. I knew that laugh. It was the girl on the phone. I woke up. Wherever I was, it sure was quiet. I was comfortable, aside from a radiating pain from below my waist. My eyes slowly opened and I saw my legs in front of me, both wrapped in thick heavy casts and propped up at an angle by cables hanging from the ceiling. There were tubes and wires everywhere. I lifted my arm and examined one of the many entering it. A nurse ran to my bedside from the right, telling me not to touch any of the tubes. She smiled at me and said, "I'll go get Dr. Glafkites." She left the room for a minute, and I took that time to remember what had happened previous to that. Hell was the only word that came to mind. The doctor returned a few minutes later. "Hello, Miss Murray, how are you feeling?" he asked in a voice that sounded like it had been dipped in honey. He didn't give me time to respond. Before he asked me, "Do you know what happened to you?" Of course I do, you fucking moron, I thought. But words couldn't describe what I had endured. "No," I answered. He looked at me with a face that practically had the words "false sympathy" tattooed across his forehead. Suddenly, my mum walks in, clutching an empty orange pill bottle. "Oh my God," she said, as she rushed to my bedside with open arms and embraced me in a hug. "Thank God you're alright. I don't know what I would have done." "What happened?" I didn't respond. My sister walked in. "Hey sis, how you doing?" she asked. "Fine," I said quietly. She came to my bedside as well. "Bart and Monica found you yesterday in your house. 2 broken legs, a concussion, and an empty pill bottle on the kitchen table," she said. Dr. Glafkides chimed in, saying, "I almost couldn't save your legs. They were both completely shattered mid-calf. Did you fall down the stairs?" I think so," I said. "Did you take all those pills at once?" my mum asked. I hadn't taken any pills at all. I told her that. The doctor interjected, "But we found high levels of amitriptyline in your system. You could have died." "I didn't take any pills," I insisted, and it was true. I hadn't. I wasn't even on any prescriptions, let alone had any in my house. The doctor shrugged and placed his hand on my mum's shoulder. "I'll leave the 3 of you alone for a while." He walked out of the brightly lit room. My sister spoke first. I tried to piece together what had happened. "Are you sure you didn't take those pills?" "I'm positive," I said, on the verge of irritation. "Well," she said, "it's obvious that you fell down the stairs. Is that how you broke your legs?" I don't think so," I said, remembering vividly what had happened, just not able to explain it. "Maybe you did take the pills, you just don't remember," my mum suggested. "I didn't take the fucking pills," I yelled. My mum placed a hand on my shoulder. "Sorry, honey. She began to cry. My sister embraced her in a comforting hug. She let go of her after a few moments and stared at the pill bottle. "You want to know the strangest part?" she said without looking up from the bottle. "The doctor says all of this occurred around midday, on the day before yesterday." She raised her head to stare emptily at me. "But I looked on your phone records to try and piece it all together. Apparently, at around midnight 2 nights ago, you called the same number multiple times. The number was all 6s. Mojave, posted by J. Rubus. The puke green Prius died northwest of Barstow. They were following a cracked secondary road through one of the many alkaline flats dotting the Mojave. When white smoke began to seep from the hood, the engine knocked, coughed and sputtered, then went out with a low, wounded death rattle. At the wheel, Alex Ace Freeman cursed and slammed the horn in the passenger seat. Bobby Jarvis glanced nervously out the window. Thirstily scrub bush grew alongside the highway, and in the distance craggy, last blasted mountains thrust up against the cloudless blue sky. "I guess we're fucking walking," Ace hissed through his teeth and got out.
He kicked the front tire, and pain snaked up his leg. He grimaced, but did not give a voice to it. Bobby got out of the car and shut the door. He didn't speak. He had known Ace for 3 years and 7 months, and knew well enough to leave him alone when he was mad. Parking his hands on his hips and sucking his lips into his mouth, Ace looked both ways along the desolate, sand-coated blacktop. The last car they'd seen was a battered Ford pickup 17 miles back. Great, he chose this fucking route just for this reason. Fewer people, which meant fewer chances of being seen. Now they were fucked. Capital T, totally fucking fucked. Sighing, Ace leaned back into the car, grabbed the revolver from the center console, and stuck it in the small of his back, covering it with his shirt. "Come on," he said, and started walking west. Bobby followed. He still didn't speak. Luck's a funny thing, isn't it? Ace Freeman had always had rotten luck from the moment he was born to the moment he wound up at Rockbed State Prison. Some people flitted through life on clouds of tinker dust and unicorn farts, but not him. Oh no, he had rotten parents, a rotten childhood, rotten friends, a rotten job, and rotten fucking everything else. Anything that could go wrong for him did. He watched as other people lived, laughed and loved, and he fucking hated them. His hatred grew as he did, and by the time he was in his mid-20s, he was beating winos to death with baseball bats and shoving old ladies down big flights of concrete stairs, because fuck them. When he was 29, he robbed a liquor store and shot the clerk for the hell of it. 3 weeks later, the LAPD kicked down the door of his motel room and took him in. The judge called him soulless. Yeah, and whose fucking fault is that? He should have known. He really should have. He plotted his escape for 8 years. He thought he had everything down. He thought it was going to work for him. But then, while he and Bobby were sneaking out, a guard cornered them, and Ace had to beat his face in. Bobby was fucking useless, just standing there and hugging himself. Ace only brought him along to throw him under any buses they might come across, and Ace was really fucking hoping that bus came by soon. In his original plan, he'd have at least 5 hours on the pigs. The way things actually went, he was lucky if he had 2. "Ace," Bobby said hesitantly. Ace ignored him. He really didn't feel like putting up with Bobby's shit right now. He never even liked him in the first place. Thin wavy hair, fair skin. He looked like a faggot. Killed his mommy and daddy when they were sleeping because he didn't have the nutsack to do it when they were awake. Pussy. Ace hated pussies. "Ace." "What?" Ace asked, spinning. Someone's coming," Bobby said. Ace looked back, just as a dark blue panel van topped to rise and passed the Prius a half a mile back. Ace's heart jumped into his throat. The cops! He reached for the gun, but froze when he saw that it wasn't the cops at all. Cops don't drive old Chevy vans with hippie murals painted on the sides. No fucking body in their right minds drove hippie vans with paintings on the side, except hippies. And hippies were easy to rob and kill. Donning the biggest smile he could, he waved his hands. and Bobby, taking the hint, did likewise. The van passed them in a cloud of dust and pulled to a rolling stop. A man with a bushy blonde beard stuck his head out of the passenger side window and held his hands up to his eyes to cut out the glare of the sun. "Where are you going, man?" he called. He was wearing little John Lennon sunglasses, a battered brown sun hat, and a dirty tie-dye shirt. Groovy, Ace thought. Just fucking groovy. "Any way's better than this way," Ace called back. "Hop on in and take a ride, man," the hippie replied and laughed. "This is the magic bus." Ace flashed a toothy smile and turned to Bobby. "You hear that? It's the magic bus." Bobby smiled nervously. Ace went over to the side door and opened it. The first thing that washed over him was the stench of unwashed feet. The second was the smell of freshly burned marijuana. The third was a ripe, sickly sweet odour that he couldn't place and didn't want to. Inside, the van's cargo bay was carpeted shag. Because of course it was. Trippy tapestries and a poster of Bob Marley hung on the walls. A thin pale woman in red tank top sat next to a mini fridge. A gangly man with oily black hair and wearing a leather vest and dirty jeans lounged on the beanbag. His face brightened when he saw Ace. "Hey man, what's up?" he blurted. "You coming to Burning Man with us?" Right then and there, Ace decided to kill them all. "If that's where you're going," Ace said as he climbed in. Bobby followed, pulling the door shut behind them. Only then did Ace notice the second woman. She was close to the back doors, her knees drawn up to her chest. She rocked gently back and forth like a nut in a padded room. Ace hesitated, a funny feeling in the pit of his stomach, then sat, probably on acid. Fuckturds like these are always taking bad trips and never coming back. "Burning Man isn't for months," the man behind the wheel said. He was the most normal of them all. He was older, with a greying beard and moustache, his eyes blue and hard in the rearview mirror. He was dressed in a denim work shirt, a giant peace sign emblem around his neck catching and refracting the rays of the sun. "I'm Dave," he said, nodding to Ace. He indicated the man in the passenger seat. "This is Robert. The lady in red is Sherry, and that's Dex. He's an imbecile. Took one too many tokes and got his mind broke," Robert said and laughed. "You're not far behind him," Dave said, shooting him a menacing look. "I'm Steve," Ace said. "This is my brother Georgie." "Nice to meet you," Dave said. He turned around and put the van in drive. "You guys broke down, huh?" "Yeah," Ace said. "What are you gonna do? They don't make 'em like they used to." He stole a glance at the woman in the back. She was muttering to herself now. Sounded like she was crying. "Who's she?" "We call her kitchen bitch," Dex and tittered. "She does all the cooking and cleaning." "Name's Princess," Dave said, "'cause that's what she acts like. She don't talk." Ace nodded and looked at the girl again. He didn't know how he knew it, but something wasn't right here. He nudged Bobby in the side, but he was stupid, so he didn't catch the drift. "Fine." Ace reached behind his back, brought out the gun, and sat it next to him. "Where you going?" Sherry asked. "Vegas," Ace said. "George is getting hitched." Sherry nodded and sized Bobby up. "Lucky lady." Ace detected a hint of sarcasm. Well, Ace said, shrugging, he's a great guy. I'll bet he is. That rubbed him the wrong way. Bobby was a dumb, faggy piece of shit, but he belonged to Ace. He had half a mind to whip the gun out and blast the stupid bitch in her face. You want to smoke a joint? Dex asked. He leaned forward, his eyes wide and wet with madness. He took a joint out of his vest pocket and held it up. It's good shit. They call it Mexicali Brown. He tittered. It'll make you feel like you're walking on sunshine. I'll pass, Ace said. I get drug tested at work. Dex plopped the joint into his mouth and lit it, never breaking eye contact with Ace. It's good shit, he said again. Thick, noxious smoke filled the cab. Yeah, okay, Alex said. It has H in it, man. Robert said. He was on his knees looking over the headrest like an overgrown kid. I wouldn't smoke it if I were you. You just smoked some an hour ago, Sherry said, taking the joint from Dex and sucking on it. Robert flipped her off. He wore a piece of fabric tied around his wrist. Dad, Sherry said, Robert's trying to fuck me again. Sit down, Dave said, swatting Robert's ass. You're going to break my seat. Seat's already broken, man, Robert said, and threw himself forward. The seat toppled over and Robert crashed to the floor like a drug-addled oak. His head landing on Bobby's lap. Dex screamed laughter and stomped his feet. Sherry choked and dropped the joint. God damn it, Dave roared, glancing into the rearview mirror. I'm getting really sick of your shit. Robert sat up. Sorry, bro, he said to Bobby. I didn't hit your nuts, did I? No, you're fine, Bobby said. Good. Sitting next to Bobby now, Robert threw his arms around him and drew him close. He looked at him over the tops of his glasses. Hey, he said, with his free arm. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a plastic wand. Do you mind if I bubble? You start blowing bubbles in my van and I swear to Christ, Robert, I'll kick your ass. This is fucking crazy. Alex shook his head and glanced at Kitchen Bitch. She had drawn herself into a corner. He could hear the sound of her softly weeping. Meanwhile, Robert pushed the seat back up and climbed into it. We like to cut loose, he said, looking over the headrest. Have fun. He pulled something out of his pocket and pointed it at Dex. A red dot appeared on the latter's head. Dex, Robert cried. Sniper! Dex jumped up and threw his arms out like a little girl with a spider on her dress. He kicked Ace's foot and Ace almost reached out and grabbed him. Stupid bastard. Knock it off, Dave said. Robert deposited the laser back into his pocket and turned around. A moment later, he looked back over his seat. He was holding a bottle of sparkling brown liquid. Anyone thirsty? Yeah, Dex said. Give me some. He scooted over and Robert poured some into his mouth. It splashed on his shirt and chin. God damn it, Dave screamed. He reached over and whacked Robert in the small of his back. Robert screamed and dropped the bottle, which clunked Dex in the face. Ace watched in a mixture of horror and amusement as Dave pelted the younger man with a flurry of punches. I told you to knock it off. That stupid shit. The van started veering to the right, but Dave used his knees to bring it back to the middle of the road. Stop hitting me, Robert wailed. I'm sorry. Stop hitting me, Daddy, please. Dex giggled as he appended the bottle. Dave discontinued his assault and took the wheel in his left hand. With his right he pointed sternly at his son. You get too goddamn wild. You think it's okay to act like a damn fool. You're stupid. You're a fucking moron. You need to learn some goddamn manners. I'm sorry, Robert said in a whisper. I was just having fun. Then, where's my captain? Dex just finished it, Sherry said. Dex held up the bottle with a sheepish grin. He's the captain of my belly now. Kitchen bitch let out a strangled sob. What's with the girl? Ace asked. Dex crawled back over to his beanbag and climbed onto it. We call her kitchen bitch because she does all the cooking and cleaning. Yeah, I know, Ace said. Why is she crying? She stubbed her toe, Sherry said. I'm getting really sick of your snarky little tone, Ace said, pointing at her. Why is there a girl all balled up and crying in the back of your van? Her mother just died, Dave said. She's taking it hard. I think you're full of shit, mister, Ace said. You're the one who's full of shit, Sherry said. That Prius you were driving's all over the news. You're those escapees. Suddenly, Dex had a razor in his hand and started to move forward. Ace brought the gun up. Don't move, asshole. Paling. Dex dropped the knife and fell back, raising his hands. No, you don't move. Robert was facing him again. This time he had a pistol in his hand. It was pointed directly at Ace's head. Sherry brought up a shotgun and pumped it. Ace's heart sank. Next to him, Bobby looked stricken. Give the gun to Dex, Dave said. He was a pair of evil eyes in the mirror, stern, sparkling, evil. If you try anything, you're dead. Got it? Ace took a deep breath. Mexican standoff. Robert drew with a little smile, man. He was right. Hating himself and feeling 3 inches tall, Alex handed the gun to Dex. He took it with a jittery hand. Be careful you don't blow your dick off, Robert laughed. Dex pointed the gun at Ace and smiled. Don't move, asshole, he said and giggled. Official police business. Get out of the car. Get on your stomachs, Dave demanded. Both of you. Ace didn't move. Now. He looked for a way out but saw none. He had 2 choices, do what they said or die, and though his life wasn't much to look at, Ace didn't feel like dying. Okay, he said, putting his hands up. You got us. Stomachs, now. Ace got onto his stomach. Next to him, Bobby did the same. You're harshing my mellow with this shit, Robert said sadly. He dug his knee into the small of Ace's back and bound his wrists with rope. I thought we were done for the day. When he moved on to Bobby, Ace tested his bonds, tight as a 10-year-old's arsehole. Finished, Robert sat them both up. Sherry kept the shotgun across her lap, but was busy puffing a joint. On his beanbag, Dex held the gun on Ace, but stared into space with a glazed look on his eyes. In the back, kitchen bitch openly wept. Shut up, Robert said, a hard edge to his voice. He knelt down in front of Ace and smiled. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the laser pointer. He shined it in Ace's eyes, and he winced. Sniper, he said. Get that shit out of my eyes, Ace said, and was mildly surprised when Robert slapped him across the face. You don't get to be big and bad now, he said. He grabbed him by the chin and leaned closer. Only I get to do that. With that, he stuck his tongue into Ace's mouth. Jerking, Ace clamped down with his teeth. Robert's eyes went wide. and the coppery taste of blood filled Ace's mouth. Making muffled sounds of agony, Robert hit Ace in the cheek and pulled back, red gushing from his mouth. "He bit me," he screamed. Dave glanced into the rearview mirror. "He fucking bit me." Ace laughed. "Move," Sherry said. She moved past Robert and brought the stock of the shotgun up. Ace opened his mouth, but when it cracked, his forehead, the world went black. Visions and sounds swam in and out, mad laughter, pained screams. Robert with his tongue stuck out. Sherry threading a needle. Dex, his eyes ceaselessly open. "You hurt my brother. Now we're going to hurt you." When Ace came fully awake, red afternoon light bathed the van. His head ached and his neck was stiff. "Look," Dex said, clapping his hands. "She's awake." Ace lifted his head, and a bolt of agony flashed across his skull. He felt like he was going to puke. "Hey sis," Sherry said. Ace looked at her. She was grinning. "What?" "Sis." Coming to him, Sherry held up a mirror. Ace blinked. His lips were ruby red, and his eyes were heavily shadowed. "You're not a full woman yet," Dex said and laughed. "We're going to do that tonight." "What are you talking about?" Ace croaked. Dex knelt in front of him and produced the razor. "We're going to use this," he said, and then slashed Ace's cheek. "Like this? On your junk?" Ace cried out at the pain. Dex and Sherry both laughed. "Hey up?" Dave asked. "Yeah, Dad," Sherry said. "Alright, good. Guess we'll stop soon." 15 minutes later, just as Ace was starting to drift back off, the van left the road and he was jostled awake. "It's a bumpy ride," Dex warned. For what felt like an hour, Ace was shaken and thrown around. Then the van stopped. "Alright," Dave said. "Everybody out." Dex threw open the door and cried, "Geronimo!" and jumped out. Sherry followed. A moment later, Robert appeared at the door and without word dragged Ace out and threw him to the ground. The air left his lungs in a rush. He tried to get to his knees, but Robert snatched the back of his shirt and dragged him over to the van's back wheel, where he sat him up. "You hurt me," Robert said drunkenly, and shoved his finger into Ace's cheek. "But I still love you, bro." Dave came around the front of the van and stretched. "Get the other one and stop fucking off." Nodding, Robert disappeared into the van and returned with Bobby. Ace was shocked. Both his eyes were swollen shut. His lips were split, and purple bruises dotted his blood-caked face. "What the fuck did you do to him?" Ace blurted. "Nothing, compared to what we're going to do to you," Robert said, dropping Bobby in the dirt next to Ace. Robert went away and Ace had time to take stock of his surroundings. They were in a clearing high in the hills. Ahead, the earth fell away, and Ace could see vast expanses of hard pan, like a frozen ocean. To his right was a rock-strewn hillside. To his left, a giant rock formation. Dave, Dex and Sherry were busy setting up camp. While Robert unloaded things from the van, Dex did something wrong, and Dave yelled at him. In 10 minutes, they had erected an awning over a 10-foot wide space, white fabric draped over wooden tent poles. Robert brought in stones for a fire pit, while Dex grabbed an armful of wood from the back of the van. "Bobby," Ace said. On the ground, Bobby didn't move. "Bobby." Nothing. Was he even alive?
For the first time, Ace was truly scared. "All right," Dave said. "That's everything, right?" "I think so," Sherry said. "Good." Dex grabbed me my chair. Dex nodded and rushed away. A minute later he returned with a green canvas camping chair, which he sat up next to the fire pit. Dave pushed him away and sat down just as Robert got to the wood to catch. The sun was sinking fast. A chill sprang up. "All we need now is the food," Dave said. "On it," Sherry replied. She passed Ace and disappeared into the van. After a few long minutes, Kitchen Bitch fell into the dirt. Ace watched as Sherry climbed out, dragged the woman to her feet and led her into the camp. She was crying and trembling, shaking her head and whispering, "No, no, no, no." Dex grabbed her and helped Sherry get her to the ground. Robert squatted over her, blocking Ace's view. From the motion of his hand, however, it looked like he cut her throat. Dave cracked a beer and took a long swallow, followed by a contented sigh. "Jesus Christ, these people are nuts." It took Kitchen Bitch a long time to die. She thrashed and strangled like a fish on a pier. Soon Ace could barely see her, her body only revealed in the soft firelight. "Can I do it, Daddy?" Dex asked. He was standing by his father's chair, his hands drawn to his chest as if in prayer. He bounced giddily. Can I? "You gonna do it right this time?" Dave asked. "Yes, I promise." Dave gestured him away. "Go on." Ace watched as the madman fetched something from a box and came back. He shuddered when he saw it. Was a hacksaw. While Dave coolly drained his beer and his children stood around him, Dex cut Kitchen Bitch into several chunks. Ace finally looked away. "Bobby." Nothing. Damn it. He was alone. He tested his bonds. Tight. He balled his hands and flexed his wrists. The rope dug painfully into his flesh. He flexed away. "Clean the meat off," Dave said, "and hurry, I'm hungry." Dave washed the meat off, handing it each successive piece of Sherry, who cut them smaller still. Ace's wrists burned. He gritted his teeth and kept flexing. Was it his imagination, or did it feel like the rope was getting looser? Sherry tendered the meat while Dex sat at his father's feet and happily played with one of Kitchen Bitch's hands, making airplane noises and crashing it to the ground. The sickly sweet smell of burning flesh filled the air, and Ace's stomach turned. Soon dinner was served, and the cannibals dug in. Ace closed his eyes and continued working on the rope. It felt looser, not by much though. When dinner was over, Robert came over to the van, leaned into the side door and brought out the radio. Dave cracked another beer. Dex went back to playing with the severed hand. Sherry stared into the fire. Robert switched the radio on and loud country music blared forth. Ace worked. God, his hands hurt. He didn't think he was bleeding yet though. When he did, he could use the blood as lubricant. Focused on that, he ground his wrists into the rope as hard and as fast as he could, baring his teeth against the pain. In camp, the mood turned jovial. Dave knocked back one beer after another, becoming looser and laughing more. Robert took deep pulls from a bottle and after a while started hollering and making animal noises.
They were talking, laughing, having a good old time. Sick bastards. Ace boiled down on his teeth and used his rage as fuel. The rope was looser now, but he wasn't bleeding, and it was still too tight to slip out of. He was so concentrated on what he was doing that he didn't hear Robert come in until he was almost on top of him. "Time to party," he said boozily. "You wanna party?" He grabbed Ace by his shirt and dragged him to his feet. The smell of alcohol rolled off the hippie in waves. "We're gonna cut your pee-pee off and eat it," he tittered. "Then me, Dex and Dad are gonna fuck the hole where it used to be." Ace rubbed his wrists against the rope. Was that blood he felt, or was it sweat? Close to the fire, Dex grabbed Ace's shirt and grinned. "You ready? You ready? Huh, 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 huh." Ace's hands were covered in blood now. He pulled his right hand against the rope, and it came part of the way. "Pull down his pants," Dave said from his chair. Dex fumbled at Ace's zipper, while Robert dug his finger into his shoulder, not to keep him from running, but to keep himself from falling over. Ace pulled, and his hand came free with an agonized rip. He elbowed Robert in the ribs, and the hippie toppled over with a scream, landing in the fire. Dex jerked and looked up. Ace punched him in the face. He went down in the dust. In the fire, Robert screamed, the flames searing his flesh. Dave started getting out of his chair, but Alex grabbed him and slipped his arm around his neck. Sherry was dragging Robert out of the fire by his arm. On the ground, Dex moaned. Dave thrashed, but Ace tightened his grip. In a flicker of firelight, he saw the razor on the ground. Moving slowly, he bent down, grabbed it, and put it to Dave's throat. The old man's resistant faltered immediately. "All right," Ace panted. Robert was on his hands and knees, Sherry kneeling worriedly next to him. She shot Ace a withering glance. "Looks like the shoe's on the other foot now," he barked with laughter. "Just be calm, mister," Dave said. "We wasn't gonna do nothing." "Yeah," Ace asked. "Is that what you did to that girl? And Bobby?" Dave didn't reply. On the ground, Dex stirred and started crying. "Give me one good reason I shouldn't cut your throat out right now." "Daddy," Dex whimpered. "I have 3 kids," Dave said, after a moment's pause. That struck Ace as funny. He laughed and laughed. "You got 3 murdering fuck bags. That's what you got. You're probably all inbred too." "Daddy," Dex asked again. "Shut the fuck up," Ace spat. He looked at Sherry. She was still on her knees, watching him with hate in her eyes. Robert, lying prone in the dirt. The back of his shirt was burned and blackened. Patches of flesh showed here and there, burned and blistered. He panted and moaned. Dex was on his knees now, hunched over like a Muslim praying. "You got 3 kids," Ace finally said into Dave's ear, "and I'll bet you're all they got, right?" Wordlessly, Dave nodded. "Not anymore." Ace dragged the knife across Dave's throat. Blood cascaded over his forearm. Sherry's eyes went wide. "Daddy!" Dave coughed and sputtered. Laughing, Ace shoved him aside. "Now!" Screaming, Dex popped up, his teeth bared and his eyes wide. His gun, Ace's gun, was in his hands. Ace fell back half a step. The first shot tore out his guts. The second hit him in the leg, and he started to fall. The third smashed into his head, and he knew no more. He had escaped permanently. They buried their father on a wind-swept plateau at dawn and marked the place with a stone. Sherry dug the grave while Dex wept. Robert was in the van. His wounds were bad. Sherry didn't know if he'd live to sundown. For a long time, Sherry and Dex stood over their father's grave, the former holding the latter. She knew vaguely that she was in charge now. She was responsible for her brothers now. They were all she had, and she was all they had. "Come on," she whispered, finally, and kissed Dex on the forehead. "Let's go." She climbed into the driver's seat and cast one final glance at the spot where her father rested, then drove away. Just beyond the grave, over the side of the steep cliff, two bodies lay broken on a pile of rocks. One had been beaten to death, the other had been shot. The wolves and buzzards ate for days. The Valley of Rue Laith, posted by C Neighbour 7621. The light stretched across the valley. I could see for miles on end, yet I felt that I could reach out and grab the amber sunset from the sky. Perhaps it was sunrise. I'd lost my sense of time along my journey here to Rue Laith, the Valley of the Unseen King. As my eyes adjusted to the glare of the distant star, I could make out the scenery the old ones had described, the three plateaus on the distant horizon, gazing down on the valley, the river that segregated the sand and clay, whose shores bore the only vegetation throughout the valley. Even from this distance I could feel the cooler breeze of the water brushing against my skin. I descended the cliffs swiftly and advanced across the blazing sand towards the river. This place was strange though. It was visibly miles from the base of the cliff to the river. It took me just shy of 20 steps to reach the edge of the vegetation. What sort of force could cause this? Was something drawing me forward towards the river? Perhaps it was something beyond the river. As I stepped from the sand to the start of the grass, a sensation like none I've felt before. It had taken months to find Rue Laith, and yet only moments to cross the entire desert. But the feeling of grass crunching beneath my feet and a fine mist coating my sun-scorched skin. I walked through the trees and brush, taking in the sight of how green everything was. As I come upon the river, it was stranger beyond any I had seen. Its flow was unusual, behaving as no river should. It flowed in both directions, from the opposite shore to the one I stood on. The water was lacking the blue tint as accustomed to most bodies of water, and instead favoured an ominous yellow coloration, the golden hues glistening off the sun's reflection. I plucked a fern from a near bush and dipped it into the water. It acted as one would expect, with no visible alterations, parched and near dehydration. As I emptied my water source the previous day, I leaned down and cupped a handful of the liquid, holding it to my nose. I detected a faint sweet smell. Carefully I sipped a portion into my mouth and swished it around. It tasted like normal water, so I decided to drink what was in my hands and wait a few moments. With no evident effects, I quickly slung myself into the water's edge and drank my fill until I felt I was about to burst. For the first time in many months, I felt joy wash over my body. I would wait here and rest for a time and recover from my journey. Feeling my body drained of the remainder of its energy, I drifted off to sleep. I dreamt I had walked into a cave. It was dark and malicious. Just the atmosphere of the place filled me with dread. I looked around and noticed there was 2 statues facing away from the cave's entrance. One was a sickly yellow figure, and the other a horrid scarlet colour. Though I could only see their outline, the sight caused me to weep uncontrollably. I awoke in a sweat that made me think I had been through a monsoon. What horrid things were those statues, and who would create such things? I thought to myself. I picked myself up from the ground and filled my water skin at the edge of the water. Once it was filled, I began wading through the strange golden waters to the other side of the river. Though it had seemed endless in depth from first glance, the water barely rose above my ankles as I crossed it. As soon as I stepped on the new shore, I became blinded by some unknown glare. I raised my hand swiftly to intercept and peered through the gaps in my fingers. There stood a faint outline of a distant tower. How was this not visible from the other shore? A massive structure such as this should have been visible from the cliffs. I took a single step forward and suddenly found myself at the entrance of a pearlesque city. What is happening? What kind of place is this? I thought to myself. The structures were even more bewildering than that of the river. The architecture was all wrong. It made no sense, no reasonable sense, as the buildings of my homeland. They were as round as a sphere, yet perfectly cubical at the same time. They varied in size from what appeared to be singular structures to huge monoliths that towered over the trees, their edges forming acute and obtuse angles simultaneously. Even though the buildings held no edges to begin with, what could create such things? I began walking down what I would imagine would represent a road, my mind flooded with questions of what magnificent being could have designed the city. I explored the town, marvelling at the sights for what must have been hours before it finally struck me. Silence. Though I was only on the outskirts, since I had entered this place, I had heard no soul, not even my own footsteps or the sound of the river I had crossed. Panic and dread washed over me as I began looking about my surroundings. Though I had walked what I had thought to be a straight line, I was entirely surrounded by the structures now. I began spinning around frantically, looking for a path, beginning to hyperventilate. I grabbed my water skin and drank deeply, trying to calm myself, my mind racing with fear and anxiety. I collapsed. I was back in the cave, but I was further than I previously was, or so I think. The statues both rested out of my peripherals. Dread and terror washed over my body. I slowly turned towards the yellow statue, its wretched colour cloaking its body. My eyes burned as I looked upon its figure, its tentacle roots reaching out and corrupting the world around it. Though its gaze was looking further into the cave, I knew my mind would shatter if those eyes were upon me. It wore a golden crown whose origin not even the greatest scholar could guess. I turned to the scarlet one, its horned head wearing the same crown as the other, its eyes gazing upon the same spot as the other. Its body looked twisted like a cloth being wringed out, yet bloated as a drowned corpse. I blinked. Suddenly they reached their hands outstretched and pointed to the spot they had been looking at. I turned to view the black abyss they directed towards. Terror washed over me, my ears screaming with countless whispers. My eyes burned as if someone had poured molten lead directly into my pupils. Every fibre of my being begged me to awaken, and yet I stepped forward. Pushed by the force of the two kings, I awoke screaming at the top of my lungs, gripping my chest as my heart felt as though it was going to explode. I looked around at the buildings, though I was still in the ominous city. It was clear I was not where I had fallen. I was no longer surrounded on all sides by the structure, but by strange piles of what appeared to be salt. I stood slowly, looking at the nearest pile. It was the same height as most men. They were spaced close to 2 feet apart from one another. I reached out and touched it. As I did, the salt dissipated at my touch, revealing what lay beneath. I stared into the hole I had involuntarily created and viewed the half-rotted skull of a young woman, worms crawling in and out of her flesh, her eye oozing from where the bloating had caused them to pop. I turned and vomited. As I finished emptying my stomach, I looked up to a horror I had not expected. Hundreds of pillars filled the space I was in, and the more I looked, the more I realized where I was. This was no cemetery where one would think horrendous mounds such as these would be placed. No, this was a gathering place, the horrid city's centre, and at its centre stood what I feared most: 3 pillars, differing in colour and height, 2 of which stood equal, a sickly yellow wooden pillar and a malicious scarlet pillar of stone. The third was black as the void, and yet so translucent I thought it was nothing more than air. As I looked upon the 3 pillars, I could see the scarlet and yellow one were half destroyed and crumbling. Each had been broken by an outshot branch of the 3rd pillar's material. It seemed as though it had sprouted the piercing rods to destroy the other 2. As I limped forward, exhausted, through the crowd of salt, I felt pushed by some force to move towards this pillar of unseen void, my legs shaking with each step. I stumbled into one of the pillars, watching the bloated, maggot-infested corpse staring me in the eye. As well, we fell to the ground. I stood looking at the 2 kings and the outstretched arms, turning to face the void. I walked steadily forward. They guided me to the darkness, so I shall go, if nothing else, but to be free of this cursed place. As I crossed the threshold, the black void before me faded, and before me stood a pile of the flesh and bone of man, their screams filling my ears as I looked upon them. Impaled, skinned, gutted and rotting, they screamed. In the centre a man hung, crucified, with his back ribs torn open, his lungs draped over his shoulders, his eyes, lips and ears removed, and upon the top of the cross sat a skull. Its jagged teeth glistened. Its deer-like horns shined through the blood covering them. Suddenly the bodies began to move towards each other, caressing and embracing one another, their screams of pain shifting to pleasure as they moved towards the crucified man, pulled by an unknown force. I watched in terror as bones snapped, flesh melded together all around the tortured man. His face, dear God, his face, my face. I opened my eyes and gazed down upon the valley, the 3 plateaus, in the distant horizon, the river whose banks bore the only vegetation for as far as the eye can see. I stood upon the cliff's edge, looking upon Rue Laith. Whatever lays within its borders must not be disturbed, and I shudder at the thought of the day it is. As long as I draw breath, it will remain the unseen king. Sam, home alone. Alright babe, I'm going to visit my family for the Day of the Dead, okay? Okay, just make sure to come home. If something bad happens, give me a call. Now I'll be back. I love you. I love you too. I wonder who that could be. Yellow? Help me, please. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Calm down. What's your name, sir? My name is Jonathan Afton. Please, what's your location? At building 79829. Write that down, okay? Oh, okay. You got it. Wrote down? Yeah. Okay. Now come over to the location. Oh god damn it. The fucking thing found Hello? 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 Fuck.
What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Huh? I might have to call the cops.
Why would you, sweetie?
Who are you? I'll call the cops.
I'm your girlfriend. Remember, senpai?
Go away, you brat.
Why?
Because I'm fucking gay, and I'm not gonna let it be ruined by some demon.
Fine, you win. But I ain't going without a traumatic memory from me to you.
What do you... Did that knife just... Ow. 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 Gotta call my boyfriend.
Day of the Dead. Best revisiting holiday in the world. Sam's calling me. Everything alright?
No. My fucking eye just got stabbed by a demon that's posing as Seamus.
That sick bastard. I'm gonna kill him.
You can't. He's gone.
Oh, well, hang tight. I'm coming home.
Oh, okay. Sam?
Poor thing. Come here.
I missed you. Please don't leave me here ever again.
Oh, I won't. Okay?
Okay.
Now, how about we take a nap? Okay?
Okay, and, he's back.
What? You? What can you expect? I'm just a flesh-eating monster. Holy fuck. So, gonna go back to celebrate this holiday. No. Leave, you fucking screw up. Why did you call me that? I'm leaving. Goodbye. Kind of a strange weakness, but hey, let's get a good rest. Okay. Okay.
Midnight Ministry. We're not interested in your God. Posted by Mother of Ty. A little over 3 months ago, a man knocked on our door while it was just myself and our son home alone. I was working from home at the time, so my attentions were scattered between my son and my other responsibilities. It was the middle of the day, so a knock on the door didn't appear suspicious, although it was definitely unexpected. Anyone who knows us will call before arriving. Assuming it was one of our neighbours, I opened the door to a man that I did not recognise. Mid-40s, slender, 5'10", grey in hair, covered by a beanie, with worn jeans and a dusty jacket. Hi, I'm Tom from Thomas Ministries, wondering if you could use any prayer today. I'm a nice person, not one to rudely chase people off of our doorstep without reasonable cause, so I kindly declined and he went on his way. I watched out the window as he walked down the street, not stopping at a single other house on the block. Seeing as we were the only house with a car in the driveway, I didn't think much of him picking our door to knock on. Fast forward a few months to last night around midnight. My husband is a night owl and is often up until 2 AM or so. Me and the toddler are fast asleep in our beds. Out of nowhere, the doorbell rings and there's a knock at the door. Our dog barks and I wake up. Our bedroom is just off of the living room, so I was able to lie there and listen as my husband opens the door. I overhear him telling this midnight stranger that we have a God, we're not interested, and to leave in a much more stern and aggressive tone than I am capable of. After the front door shuts, my husband enters the room a few seconds later and describes the interaction to me. The description and interaction matches exactly to the man that I encountered a few months earlier. Except this time it's midnight, and there is no ministry on this planet that would encourage door-to-door ministry in the dead of night. My husband watched this man do the same thing as before, walk down the street, not knocking on a single other door in sight. Now, I feel it important to acknowledge the lack of judgment on our part. The door should have never been opened. We should have called 911 or non-emergency and reported it. This was a mistake, and fortunately for us, it wasn't a deadly one. Lesson learned 1,000 times over, and mistakes will not be repeated. Our house is protected, and we are ever more prepared. I sincerely hope that we do not encounter this man again. Thoughts of the ear-ons and Night Stalker documentaries swarm my head, and I think of how easily things could have gone wrong. How easy it would be for us to look past this and not recognize the signs of danger, given that the first time he knocked, it was just myself that answered. I can't help but wonder why he'd picked our house again to knock on in the middle of the night. I'd like to think it's just mental illness, but you never really know until you know, and I hope and pray that we never have a chance to. Weird encounter with a Ouija board, posted by Only Ravenclaw You Know. I had always been someone who was skeptical about the existence of ghosts and other paranormal phenomena. I wanted to believe, but could never find or experience something that truly cemented what I wanted to know. That is, of course, until a couple of my friends and I decided to mess around with a Ouija board. Yes, I know, it's stupid. This was back in the fall of 2019, and my local library had a Ouija board that you could borrow, so my friend decided that we should try it out, just to have some fun. I looked up some forums about rules people should follow when using the board, and decided to go for it. We set up a salt circle in our room and turned off all but one light, and sat in a triangle formation around the board, with one person outside the circle to record everything that was said. I called out, and within 1 minute we had a response. It was terrifying, to say the least, and all of my friends had looks of surprise when the planchette started to move on its own accord. For an hour we had a conversation with her, the spirit, and I still can't explain what happened that night. I know that I wasn't moving the planchette. My friends said they never moved the planchette, so the only logical explanation left is that we truly had an encounter with a paranormal entity. I had conversations with a couple of my friends and co-workers who believe in the paranormal, and they said that they've tried using the Ouija boards but never got anything. I wonder why the spirit chose to interact with us, a couple of stupid college students. Hemoglobin, posted by Bloody Spaghetti. For many years I had a problem. Every now and again I would wake up feeling like a truck ran over my body, crushing every last bone in my body and tearing my insides out. I'd wake up dizzy and weak, barely able to swing my feet out of the bed. During these days my neck would hurt like I had strained it, regardless of what I did in the previous day or how I slept. I'd wake up feeling like I'm made of paper. My neck was sore and I'd feel depressed and lacking in energy. These bouts of strange weakness would occur over and over, ranging anywhere from 3 days of weakness to a couple of weeks. These episodes were incredibly random, and between each episode I was feeling pretty normal. A few years into my dealing with this so strange illness, I was diagnosed anemic. My red blood cell count was low, that is. I still remember the doctor's face when he was told my symptoms usually occurred in severe form during the episodes of illness. He seemed confused and unsure of what was going on with me. The tests, however, showed that my red blood cell count was low, and that's why they went with me. I was treated with iron, which, of course, did not really help. The episodes of weakness and low blood count kept reoccurring. Instead, I just learned to live with my mysterious variant of anemia. One day I was a normal guy doing everyday things. The next I'd be bedridden, feeling like I had the life sucked out of me. This went on for years, and I was almost comfortable with this sort of life, not like I had any choice in the matter. At some point I took a turn for the worst, and the episodes started turning more frequent and far worse than they had been before. It had gotten so bad, there's about a 5 or 6 year period in my life which I remember nothing about, a piece of memory that was torn out of the motherboard. A chunk of my life turned completely blank. I remember lying in bed a lot with my body feeling like it's about to turn into dust, while I still watched. The illness had gotten so bad I became depressed, to the point of pretty much self-isolating, because I couldn't handle anything that required any emotion or effort. Even when I wasn't having an episode, everything seemed too bright and too loud. The world moved too fast. People were too close, too touchy. My skin was always cold. I couldn't handle light at all. I hated it, burned my eyes, and made my skin feel like I'm about to catch fire. I couldn't even smell or taste things very well. It seemed to me like everything had been stripped of flavour. At this point, my depression turned into self-loathing and hated myself for supposedly being too weak. I've hated myself so much, I refused to look into mirrors. I went for God knows how long without looking into a mirror, or thinking about how I look, or anything. Really, I had even neglected my dental health, something I'm paying for now that I have a few teeth falling out after decaying away. My body felt like it wasn't even my own. I felt like I had been a passenger inside this foreign vessel, destined to cruise in it as a prison until the day it crumbles and turns into sand. Even when I wasn't having an episode, I wanted to not live anymore. Fortunately, the persistent pessimistic feeling of monotonous and pointless existence that gnawed at the back of my mind didn't dictate I should kill myself. I merely made everything feel as if the world was going to crash into me and grind me into dust, ending my miserable existence. All of that came to a screeching halt one morning when I woke up feeling like a building had fallen on top of me, crushing me beneath its colossal weight and breaking every last organ and fibre within my already decaying cells. As soon as I opened my eyes, the room spun like a whirlwind. The moment I raised my head, a sharp pain shot through my neck and shoulder, and my stomach turned violently, causing me to throw up all over the floor. That morning, and I still remember it clearly, I didn't get out of bed. I crawled out of bed in the literal sense of the word crawl. I couldn't feel my legs or anything below my aching stomach. For the first time in God knows how long, I felt emotion. A wave of cold something coursed through my entire body, jolting it awake. As I slid crudely out of my bed and fell onto the floor, my heartbeat increasingly got louder in my ears. In a matter of moments, I was hyperventilating and my body was on fire, almost. Everything in my line of sight swayed left and right. I thought I was dying. Something squeezed where my heart should be, squeezed painfully hard. I remember coughing this painful dry cough as I scrambled to my feet. Fear is a hell of an emotion. I wobbled my way into the bathroom, groaning and heaving as the ever-increasing waves of adrenaline bashed against my nervous system. The adrenal flood strained my body to the point of miniature muscle spasms. In the bathroom, I stared into the mirror. I felt my heart skip a beat. My lungs contracted and my muscles froze. A cold sweat made its way down the back of my neck, raising every last hair in its path. Everything suddenly started making sense. In the mirror, staring back at me, was a corpse. The creature in the mirror vaguely looked like I remembered myself to look, but it was far thinner. Its lips twisted into a mixture of a confused impression and a snarl, exposing 2 rows of oddly long, yellowed human teeth. I caught a glimpse of the gums in the upper jaw. They were swollen, bright pink and clearly receding. The creature's skin tone was deathly pale, and its hair was long, haggard, and greying at the edges. The skin of this thing in the reflection was stretched awfully over its bony frame, and its face painfully skeletal. The eyes were sunken and almost lightless, cold, unmoving, staring. Patches of dirt covered its torso, and when a piece of dry soil fell out of its hair and right in front of my eyes, something clicked. Thinking back, I can't believe I didn't find it odd that I had soil all over my body. Then again, hindsight is always 20/20. The cobwebs in my brain were partially cleared, and some gears started turning again. However, years of neglect left their mark, and some neurons definitely were short-circuiting. It took me a while, but I figured out that the figure in the reflection was indeed me. However, instead of realizing that my awful condition was a result of an illness and years of mental and physical decline, I thought it was something else. Fear turned into excitement to the point of me tearing up for the first time in ages. The universe blessed me with a eureka moment, and I surmised I must be a corpse. At that moment in my mind, I thought I was in fact dead. That had explained the strange bouts of illness and the dullness of everything in my life. I wasn't feeling alive because, obviously, I wasn't actually alive. I've spent the rest of that day trying to figure out how I became an undead abomination. Obviously with little success, but somehow I came to the conclusion that I am not really dead, instead just trapped in a nightmare, one I must escape somehow. That led to the idea that I had to get hurt to wake up. After all, people wake up after they get hurt in a dream or in real life while sleeping. That led me to walk over to the kitchen, still feeling like a rag doll on a roller coaster, place my hand on the stove and light it up. Of course my hand burned, and of course it hurt, but the pain wasn't as bad as I expected it to be, even though I moved it right away, just as the fire licked it. I still wasn't convinced of being alive. That being said, I thought I was still thinking I was trapped in some hellish nightmare. Seeing this, I figured my best way to wake up was to kill myself in the dream. After some deliberation, I figured I should do that on the 28th of December 2012, simply because everyone was acting like the world is going to end, but we all knew it wasn't. It was just a matter of sarcasm and convenience, plus that specific date had a full moon. I've spent the next 3 months refusing to do anything other than sitting and staring at the walls. I hardly ate. In fact, I've starved myself for days at a time before my natural instincts took over and I was forced to eat. I could never stop drinking water, and even then I didn't notice it was wrong for a corpse to get thirsty.
The illness came and went. As always, during these 3 months, my health deteriorated even further because I refused to shower or eat as much as I should have. I've kept staring at the mirror from time to time, and each time I looked like I was closer to start decaying alive. I'd cut myself occasionally and watch as very little blood trickled out. In my head that made sense, since my blood was basically frozen in my veins. Very little blood could get out. I couldn't even notice the fact that these cuts were very superficial because of a lack of strength on my part. Bruises would pop up in random places from time to time, and my skin got stretched even further. I was starting to turn ghastly pale. The one time I got out of my house during that period was to buy my cat, Attila, some cat food. Friday, 21st of December 2012 came. The world didn't end. I was sure mine was going to end in a week. The one I thought was fictional. A week later, I drafted my will. It was pathetic. I hardly remember what I wrote, other than the fact that, for some reason, I mentioned Attila in there. After doing that, I passed out, clutching the knife I intended to slice my veins with before hanging myself. I'd even prepared my own little homemade gallows before then. Speaking of passing out, all that abuse led me to develop awful insomnia, one from which I still suffer years later. My sleeping schedule was erratic, random, and very limited. Every slightest noise wakes me up, and my sleeping habits are still all over the place. During my sleep, I felt something climb on top of me and straddle me. Something eerily cold. I tried opening my eyes, but I seemingly could not. Everything was pitch black. Something was shifting its weight back and forth on top of my pelvic region. Something ice cold. Even through my pants, I could feel the frigid touch. Absolutely exhausted by the constant lack of sleep, I nearly passed out again. I would have had it been for a soft moan that filled my ears. My heart sank. I wasn't with anyone in ages. I hadn't gone out of the house in months. I didn't speak to anyone in a very long time. No one should have been there. This shouldn't have been happening. I ran my hand across the bed until my cold fingers touched something even colder than they were. Skin. But it was icy. An icy chill ran down my core as another soft moan escaped into the void. Something physical was straddling me and using me as a living sex toy. Luckily, my libido was dead. I opened my eyes again, only to realise there was a bony hand pressing against my face. It was almost blue, and the fingers were so cold and stiff they felt more like claws than fingers. I wanted to scream, but I could not. I was frozen in place. My heartbeat rose again, and I felt the adrenaline flood my nervous system once more. Wave after wave of near boiling blood coursed through my body. My heartbeat became unbearably fast. The things grinding became more forceful and feverish. It was emitting strange, choked noises
of pleasure while I scrambled with my hand to find my knife. I could barely maintain a grip on it because the sudden rush of adrenaline made me shake. The bed croaked underneath me. I could still barely move my limbs, but the frozen finally moved from my face and traced its way down my chest. Whatever was on top of me had the shape of a pale, blue-skinned woman. The full moon shone all over her frame, revealing her in full inhuman glory. She cocked her head back with a thick, bushy, dishevelled long hair covering her pallid face. Even through her thick, bushy locks, I could see her throat was covered in red. Her odour finally reached me. She reeked of rot and wet soil. I must have gagged loudly because she stopped moving and lowered her head to face me. I had almost suffered a heart attack seeing the freakishly long fangs in her red stained mouth and her misted sunken eyes. Smiling, she grasped at my throat. Her grip was unbelievably powerful, and I gasped for air as she started moving her hips again at an ever-increasing speed, her smile never fading from her shriveled face. Fear was burning me from the inside out. My muscles and joints ached, and my legs started spasming, causing me to scream like a dying animal. Soon enough, she was losing herself in the pleasure again, as she started gurgling, seemingly reaching a climax. Her head dropped, an expression of fear written all over her mug. Her grip around my throat loosened, and the black liquid trickled out of her mouth. A few cold droplets landed on my face, making me wince. She fell limp onto the floor. While she was nearing an orgasm, I managed to stop her. The encounter with this creature knocked some sense into me. Whatever she was a corpse. I wasn't that. I spent the rest of the night staring at the remains of the carcass, unable to remove my eyes away from her pallid form. At sunrise, instead of waking up from my nightmare in the real world, I've come to realise I was never in a dream. I chopped off her head just in case and burned the body and the head separately, just to make sure I would never end up in a nightmare like this again. I've gotten better since the illness disappeared. My blood is surprisingly healthy now. My mental state has gotten far better than before, probably as a result of better physical health and better circulation. I am never cold anymore, and my senses are wholly functional again. I'm aware I'm not a corpse or anything of the sort. I was the meal ticket of a blood-sucking corpse. That raises the question if this thing was technically alive, and I am alive, and we're all alive. What is the fucking difference between life and death? Sometimes I still wonder what this is indeed. Just some kind of hellish dream, and I will soon awake.
Charlie the Ghost in My Room. Posted by I Am Whitney. As a child, I frequently watched horror films and ghost hunting shows, and I was fascinated by the paranormal. However, I never imagined that I would have my own real-life ghost story that came together in the form of multiple experiences and a dream to connect the dots. Prior to my story, I had multiple paranormal experiences that left me as a firm believer before I was 14 years old. However, the story I will tell you now happened between October and November 2014. I had just begun my freshman year of high school at a private school in North Carolina. It all started on a random October night where I was startled wide awake for no apparent reason at 1:56 a.m. This was unusual for me, as I never ever wake up in the middle of the night, and if I do, it's to grab a sip of water and then drift off to sleep within minutes. However, this time was weird. I awoke to a wall of silence that was so great I could almost hear static in the air. You know, when you are sitting in a room with someone you don't know too well in awkward silence, and you can see them gearing up to speak. Well, that is what it felt like in my room, but obviously I couldn't see anyone else there, and the feeling of awkwardness was replaced by fear. Well, since this had never happened to me before, I tried to ignore this odd feeling, and I turned over, trying to force myself back to sleep. Just as I began to feel myself relax, I heard a voice from the corner of my room say very clearly, "Hello." Within seconds, I was up and running down my hall, screaming for my parents, who frantically woke up and searched my room, looking for the person I was so convinced was in my room. Obviously, they didn't find anyone, but I was shaken and slept in my sister's room for about 2 weeks. After a while, I had convinced myself that this was a random, isolated incident, but what I found the most odd was that the voice didn't have a gender. It was just a voice and nothing more than that. This helped me to convince myself that perhaps it wasn't a voice at all, and instead something I had imagined, or a random noise that I had interpreted as a voice. So after a while I let it go and began to sleep in my own room again. Now, at this point it was early November, and I had been sleeping in my room again without incident for a week. That is, until it happened again. It was like clockwork, where I abruptly wake up at 1:56 a.m. for no reason, and the same feeling of silence and static filled the air. However, as scared as I was, I remained in my bed and reassured myself that what happened last time was all in my head. However, I was proved wrong when from the same corner of my room I heard the exact same voice laugh, except it wasn't the sound of someone laughing. It was someone saying the words, "Aha, ha, ha." Now,
I don't know about you, but I can't think of any way that the wind, my dogs, or really anything could make this noise other than someone that can speak. And let me tell you, I was out of my room and screaming for my parents within seconds. They were, of course, concerned that I believed someone was again in my room, but they were mostly irritated I had disrupted their sleep because of what they believed to be my imagination. So, at this point I was convinced that my room that I had slept in without incident for 8 years now was haunted, and believe me, I didn't know how to explain it either. I began to beg my parents to do research on our home and see if there was any way it could be haunted. However, given that our house was built in 2008 and we're the only people to ever live in it, they rolled their eyes and told me there was no way. However, I will never forget Thanksgiving morning when it all came together. I awoke that morning after having a dream so vivid and true it feels as if I am reliving it simply by typing it here in my dream. I am at the end of the hallway, running frantically towards my closed bedroom door at the end of the hall, except my house is in flames all around me, and as fast as I run, it seems I can never reach my bedroom door. Finally, I reach my door, but laying on the ground is a piece of paper that I lean down to pick up. Written on it, in messy handwriting, says, "No one goes in Whitney's room anymore because of Charlie Bennett." Suddenly my door opens and there stands a tall man in his 60s who is wrinkled and skinny with long grey beard, black boots and a flannel shirt. When I see him, I can only assume that this is Charlie Bennett, the man who was haunting my room. Now, when I awoke that Thanksgiving morning, I remember telling my dad about my dream casually, not expecting much of a reaction, except he looks at me shocked and as if I had slapped him in the face, and he says, "You did not dream that." Because that is really weird. It turns out my parents had begun asking neighbours who lived in the neighbourhood long before our house was built about our property and if anything had ever occurred there. They found out that before our house was built there was an old and abandoned home that homeless people had been squatting in. However, one night it caught fire and one of the homeless men died. Shortly after they cleared the lot and our home was constructed. Years after, it turns out my parents believed me the whole time. They just chose not to tell me because they didn't want to give any truth to what I was experiencing. But my dad's face and reaction was more than enough for me to know how freaked out they were. I have never seen him react in such a way in my life, and I don't think I will ever see him that shocked again. Now it's been nearly 7 years later, and what is so odd is that those 2 months seem to be random and isolated few incidents. I have no idea why it happened, and especially why Charlie waited years after we moved in. but I have had no more visits since. I have had random things happen here and there, such as finding the sink or stove turned on by itself, or my iPad moving into a different spot than I had left it. But other than that, I wouldn't even consider my house to be haunted. It is almost as if Charlie wanted someone to know his story, and now that I knew, he was satisfied and could leave. Unusual creature sighting by my girlfriend, posted by Asbol Mighty. So I've been trying to convince my girlfriend to tell people about this for a while now, but she keeps putting it off. I asked if I can post her story for her, as it's a story I find fascinating, considering I'm obsessed with cryptids and stuff. So here goes. So for a while I was studying in a university in England. While there I met my girlfriend, who lived local to the city. I would go back to my home in Wales for the first 2 years of uni during Christmas, Easter and summer breaks. The summer was usually a big long break, and I would use it to work at my part-time job to earn money to spend on nights out for my following year of uni. I didn't drive, and at the time wasn't getting along with her family, so didn't like going to hers. So every other weekend I had off work, my girlfriend would drive down to Wales and spend some time over the weekend with me. So during the summer between my first and second year, she had to leave early. She ended up taking a different route home, as I had a night shift coming. She agreed to drive me to my night shift to save me getting the bus, despite it taking her out of her way and meaning she had to take a different route home after dropping me off. She was driving along. Anyone who knows Wales knows that it is predominantly rural country roads with the odd town or village scattered about, and saw a creature run across the road. She slammed on the brakes, at first thinking it was a dog or a cat, but she said looking at it, it didn't look like either. She says it was huge, like the size of a full-grown Great Dane, and had no fur. The area this was in was near the village of Trenownid, on one of the country roads just off from the garage. I've asked her to describe the creature. She's drawn it a few times, but basically describes it as looking like an enormous hairless fossa. She's a zoologist too, so I expect her to recognise wild animals, especially since all we really have are red foxes, badgers, a few loose ferrets that have escaped, and farm animals. She's driven that route so many times since then, with me and without me, to try and spot it again, but to no avail. I even got her a dash cam, and she must have driven that route repeatedly over and over again to catch a glimpse of whatever it was. One more time, but no such luck. While the whole thing seems unlikely, and that maybe a trick of the light made something else look like what she saw. I believe her, purely due to her stubborn conviction that there was no trick of light and what she saw was legit. She seems to cling on to this with such conviction. I find it hard to doubt. Didn't see it myself, only know what I was told, but thought it would be an interesting story regardless. Not mine, but my brother's. I'll be saying me and first person things for easier narration. Posted by Baconator360YY. So this took place about a month back, when me and a group of friends got invites to a party. We went there and we stayed from 6 PM to 11. Me and one other friend were sober while everyone else was drunk, and we went home after dropping off everyone but my roommate. I noticed a dark red sedan. I think a Honda was following us from the party, or at least I thought me and my roommate arrived at the house, and up the road I saw the car drive past our street. I was relieved. I carried my barely awake and drunk friend inside. I laid him on his bed and put a blanket over him, and went and turned on the TV in the living room. I fell asleep on the couch and woke up to the sound of knocking. Now, we don't have much furniture, so the knocks echoed throughout the house. I was going to open the door, but decided to grab a kitchen knife before. As I went to grab one, I saw the clock say it was 12:32. I thought to myself, who the hell is at my door at 12:32? I remembered the suspicious Honda. I walked to the door, kitchen knife held like a serial killer. I opened the door to nothing. What the fuck? I thought, and that's when it happened again. The knocking and a quiet move of grass. My heart was practically in my stomach. I realized that this was not a door, because I quickly checked the side door. The only thing that I could have not been knocked on was the windows. I brought the knife with me to my safe and punched in the code. I grabbed my gun and grabbed a flashlight. I shined it out my bedroom window. Nothing. I moved to living room 1. Nothing. I checked everything. That's when I heard it for the last time. The knocking. I just realised the knocking came from my roommate's room. I turned the light on and shined the light in the window with my gun pointed at them. This man, as soon as the light hit him, he got up and hopped the fence into the neighbour's yard and ran off. They haven't caught him yet. Since then, I have given many statements and descriptions. The biggest clue was the car, but other than that, it's a cold case. And they said it was probably some drunk kid playing a prank. I've since moved out of that house and came back to my home state. But his eyes, those insane eyes, if you've ever seen a picture of Charles Manson or Ted Bundy, you know that horrible look and those eyes of someone who has no regard for someone else's or their life. This was something that rocked me to the core, and I feel so stupid for not trying to do anything and only scaring him off. Cravings. Posted by Nicole Plow. You know that feeling you get a month or so into your new diet and you are craving something thick and delicious? Well, that happened to me last night. At first I tried to reason with myself that I didn't need it. Hell, I made a pretty filling meal that night for dinner. The only problem was that it wasn't enough to satiate my appetite. Bear in mind that I am a 6'3", 350-pound male with large biceps, so I'm incredibly hard to fill up, especially when I get my cravings. After about an hour or so of trying and failing to fight the cravings off, I let out a long huff and give in. That night I procured what I needed in order to make it. I'm a hunter, and so was my father. In fact, I learned my expert hunting skills from him. Anyway, so I catch it, kill it, and bring it home for a real supper. Cooking the meal was a breeze, as I had done it before numerous times. Preheat the oven to about 350 degrees. Season the meat good. Plop that sucker in for about 25 minutes if you want it good and rare. The only way to cook it, really, in my humble opinion, sitting on the stove, was some pasta and greens. The only drawback is the inevitable complaints from my girlfriend about the mess that I made while making it. She claims that I can make it and leave the kitchen not looking like a disaster zone. Why can't you? But once she takes a big bite of the meal that I had made, there's not one single complaint to come out of her for the rest of the night. Anyway, so after the timer goes off, I check it, pull it out and leave it to rest for a total of 20 minutes. I do this to keep the juices flowing within it. Afterwards, I add the cheese to the pasta and get out the big heavy duty plates for me and my girlfriend Michelle. She works a night shift over at the gas station and will be home here pretty soon. I survey the mess and cringe a little bit. If she sees that much blood all over the kitchen, she'll do more than growl at me tonight. So I clean it all up and make sure to save her an extra ear to go with her dinner tonight. Later, she gets home and we eat our fill. It was good, but I tells ya, human travellers are a mess to cook, start to finish. How I Survived the Sleep School. Posted by Nicole Plow. The other day, my friends and I were telling each other spooky stories before going to bed. That night, I heard it. the story about a little boy lost inside of a school that he could not escape from. Terrified, I went for my closet containing the rosary my grandmother had given me before she passed away that spring. I prayed with it for hours. I said God's true name aloud, asking him to protect me. Then I went to sleep. When I awoke, I was inside of the school, but I still had my rosary, along with a ball of red string. I tied the beginning around my waist, as it was so long, and proceeded to wander the halls in search of the room with the key. I heard the footsteps and said 5 Hail Marys, and the sounds suddenly ceased. I managed to find the room with the key, but something was blocking the doorway. It was the most frightening image that I'd ever seen. It told me that my friends were already dead, and that I was soon to join them. The thing lunged at me, but a white light started to glow from my rosary, the cross. The light scared off the demon thing, and I was able to enter the classroom and find the key. I heard my friends call out to me, but something unseen pushed me along despite my initial protestations. There was the exit door. I put the key in and unlocked it. I was greeted by a bright light and awoke to find it was the next day. When I got to the school, my friends were missing. I asked around, but nobody would give me a straight answer as to where they were. They just looked at me with a mix of concern and deep unease. I tried to text them during lunch, but got no response. Later I would find out that they had died in their sleep on the same night.
And that's it for tonight, my little hellhounds. Thanks for listening. If you have any scary stories you want narrated on the channel, then submit them to Reddit r/Home of Scares, and follow me on Twitter at Home of Scares. Don't forget to like and subscribe if you want more content like this. Now, good night, my little hellhounds.